and welcome to our third day of Dream Maker. Woohoo! We are doing a Dream Maker workshop, a 6x8 mini album. It is the last of our 3 workshops. On Monday, well, a few days ago, if you're watching a replay, we did 12x12 scrapbook pages using this gorgeous Dream Maker paper kit. And then a few days later, we did cards, gorgeous cards, and today it's a 6x8 album. And if you haven't seen what our Dream Maker is, you're about to see it. It's so, so gorgeous. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce Jeanette Linton, our founder and CEO. And if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be here doing all of this amazing, gorgeous artwork. So thank you, Jeanette. And she is going to be celebrating 40 years in this industry, this business, 40 years next year, which is pretty phenomenal. We have giveaways as well, so you want to make sure you stay with us throughout this event. We have, these are the 3 ways you can be qualified to get a giveaway. Like this video, comment, and share this video with your friends. You don't have to do all 3, just do 1. But it would be awesome if you did all 3. And we will be drawing after I do the cutting and some of the stamping and assembling, and then after Karen teaches. So Karen Pedersen is here with me today. She is the best teacher. You guys are going to be so happy. She's going to be teaching part of the 6x8 album. And we also have Ashley here who's helping us with all the tech stuff. So we are excited and ready to rock and roll. Let's take a look at the mini album really quickly so you can see what we're going to be working on today. Like I said, this is a 6x8 mini album, which these are the best sizes for gifting, or if you have a trip or a vacation. I mean, really anything. This one is so, so, so cute. You can see this one is one of our stamp artists, I think, our art studio people did this one, and she did Japan, which is so fun. I love Japan. Shout out to all our Japan friends. Oh, yes.
It was actually designed by Janice Gilhooly, one of our makers in Australia.
Shout out to Janice. Thank you, Janice, so much. We love it, and we are so excited to build this. So Janice Gilhooly is a maker, which is an independent contractor, and she's based out of Australia, and she designed this workshop, and then we added photos to it, which is so pretty. So you can see gorgeous 6x8 pages that feature your photos so beautifully, so much color, so much fun, lots of fun florals as well. We're going to be doing some fun techniques with our White Daisy pigment ink, and we have exclusive stencil that comes with this collection, which is so great. So we're going to be doing some stenciling fun, lots of stamping, some fussy cutting, and just really having a great time learning and teaching fun techniques throughout. So you can see lots of pages here. So awesome, right? Here's the back page. So this is a 6x8 album. This kit, I'm going to bring the kit in. The album is sold separately, but we do sell the 6x8 album as well, which is so cute. So let me bring in right here, I have our packet. I'm going to turn my fan on because it's already getting warm in the studio. And we got a long ways to go. Yeah, buckle up, everyone. We're going to be here for hours, making and creating and having so much fun together. All right, first up, we have our photo place cards. So if you don't have your photos, which I don't have my photos for my pages right now, I'm going to be using these card holders to know what size photo I need for this album, which is so great because we print the size and they are, well, not this one, but some of these are double-sided. So depending, not that one either, any square one is not, but any other one has the printing on the back side so you know which orientation to use your photo. So let's keep those handy because I'm going to need these. And we're doing 2x2 photos. You can see 3x3 photos, 3x4 photos, 4x4, and 4x6. So cool. All right, put those off to the side. We also have this awesome glitter gems. We have the silver glitter gems. And what's so cool about what we're doing today is you are not going to be using one silver glitter gem, even though we've included it. We're going to be coloring our gems with our tri-blend markers. And oh my goodness, the possibilities are endless when you see what you can do with coloring the silver color or the clear sparkles, anything like that. You can make pretty much any color, which is so cool. So we're going to be doing that in a little bit. Okay. Sorry, I need like, my hair is flying all over the place because I'm Beyonce. In case you didn't know. So look, I don't have a hair tie, but I'm going to use a piercing tool to put in my hair. All right. And you're never going to see it, so it's all good. flying today. Usually I have a first fly. All right, here we go. Now we have some 6x8 page protectors, which if you've never used Close to My Heart page protectors, I'm telling you right now, run, do not walk, and purchase a pack because these are amazing. They are the best by far. I'm not just saying that because I work here. Anyone, testify on this page how much you love Close to My Heart page protectors. These are custom made, they're patented, and we love our page protectors. These are some 6x8s, but we also have some pocket pages in the 6x8 size that fits 4x6 photos as well as 3x4 photos. And we'll be using all of these. So I'm going to put those off to the side. Okay, next up we have our exclusive die cuts that come with this collection. Now, if you're wondering, Monica, I love this paper. I love this collection. How do I get it? Oh, I'm so sad to tell you. There are no more available. We are sold out of this collection. It was available for National Scrapbooking Month, which was in May, and that's why we're doing this event now. So people had actually quite a bit of time to purchase this collection, and we're just doing this as a courtesy for those who purchased the workshops to teach. So this one I know is a little harder to see, but you're going to see it really come to life on the pages. This is a black paper board, and we laser cut these here in our home office. They are beautiful, and really look at how intricate that floral is right there. So much versatility in this one as well. So beautiful. So, oh, sorry. That's my bad. Thank you. My computer just started ringing. We're gonna mute that. Okay, yeah, no, it's me. I'm trying to mute it from up here. I got it. Okay, thanks, Karen. Wow, you can see we're live. This is really happening live. Real life happens while we're up here too. So here you go. So that is really fun. We're gonna be using this throughout the entire workshop. Okay, next up, oh, the sticker sheet. Look at this. Oh, do you see that gorgeous gold foil? This is a 12 by 12 sticker sheet. Again, exclusive to this kit called Dreammaker. So pretty. Look at the gold foiling throughout. Oh, we love it. Like it's almost like feels painful to peel off the stickers. I just want to keep it all together. But I promise you, worth it because it makes your project just shine. Okay, so I'm gonna put that up. All right, let's take a look at our papers, shall we? So we've got the gorgeous designed papers. Because this was National Scrapbooking Day, you can see that we've given you more than we normally do in a paper packet. So you get a double collection, if you will. You can see you've got all of this, but you've also got these gorgeous printed cardstock pieces that I'm going to be showing you as well. So of course our paper is double-sided. So you get patterns on both sides, and then you get that little bonus zip strip throughout, which is so great. So we're going to be using these and cutting these down. So we'll take a closer look at them as we start cutting these papers down. Here is our cardstock. Again, this marbled look is just gorgeous. I called it a paint pour on Wednesday, I think. Paint pour style. It's just beautiful. And what's so great about these is they are printed, these patterns are printed on our custom cardstock. So the reverse side is a cardstock color, which is a solid cardstock color, which is so great. So beautiful. I'll be organizing those in a second to how we're going to cut. Then you've got lots of white daisy and some black cardstock as well, because we're going to be needing these as base pages for our 6x8 album. So let's go ahead and get started. Hopefully you are ready to rock and roll with me. I'm going to put my papers in the order that we're going to need them. And then we're going to cut the zip strips, and then we'll start cutting the papers down. So our first paper that we're going to need is, let me find it. It's this one right here. So this is the first paper we're going to need. So we're going to put this one face down right here. And then our next paper that we're going to cut is the rainbow paper. It's like paint swatched down. Oh, it's so pretty. So that's going to go face down. Then we're going to do the polka dot. And all of this has this really fun, which is why it's called Dreammaker, dreamy look to it. It's so pretty. Oh, we're going to do this one. So this larger polka dot paper, put that face down. Then we're going to do the stripes, the colored stripe, this one. Put that one face down. Then we've got this leaf one here. So, and then finally we are, actually this is going to be extra. We're not, oh yes we are, we're cutting it. What am I saying? We're actually doing this one first, sorry. This one is, what did we, oh, herringbone, that's right. It was a herringbone pattern and it's got the yellow on the back side. So that's going to go face down. And then we're going to do this one here. So these are this is the order that we're cutting our paper. Let me flip it back over. But before we really get into cutting, oh, actually I'm going to organize. I'm going to put that off to the side and I'm going to organize our cardstock. Okay, so let's put that in the order. We don't need to cut zip strips on these ones. So we're going to start off with the nectarine, or no, this is Sundance, sorry. It's Sundance. So that's going to go face down. And this is a sneak peek of our newest color, Rosy, which is so beautiful, makes me happy. So we're going to put that down. Then we're going to do Periwinkle. We're going to put that down. Then we've got Lagoon. Put that one down. And this one, which one, what color is this one? Is it Sea Glass? No, Sea Glass. Oh my gosh.
The darker one's Lagoon, the lighter one's Glacier.
Glacier. Sea Glass is about that. Somebody posted about Sea Glass and it's stuck in my head. This is Glacier. And then we have this one, which is this Ballerina? Yeah. All right, so there are the colors in order. So that's another pile we're going to be cutting. And then we're going to start doing some white daisy, and then we can just pick those up as we need them. All right, so let's go now back to the beginning and cut all our zip strips of our patterned paper first. Let's do that. And I've got my instructions. We do have digital instructions for you. So if you don't have your instructions printed out, you can put it on an iPad or a computer. There is a file on our website called Dreammaker Workshops, and you can see them there. Okay. So Karen, do you want to tell them where they can find those?
Yes. Sorry, I just took a bite.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. If they go to their maker's website or to closetomyheart.com if they don't have a maker, and then at the top of the page, there's a little drop-down menu that says More. If they click on that, they'll also see a menu that says Workshop Guides. And if they click on that, they'll see all the past ones from the past few years in alphabetical order. So they'll want to look at it, look for Dream Maker.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Here we go. We're going to take off our first zip strip. You ready? And that's usually about at a 1/2 inch. And sometimes, because, you know, these are printed and custom printed, it can shift a little bit. So you do want to make sure you eyeball it correctly. So we're going to put the zip strip off to the side. We're going to use some of the zip strips, but not all of the zip strips. So now I'm going to put this pile here. That's my first paper that I'm going to cut when I'm ready to do that. And let's go ahead and cut this one off too. Thank you, Karen, for sharing that info. I'm sure it's helpful. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to say hello and know where you're watching from.
People joining us from all over the country here in the U.S. and all over the world.
Oh, that's so
We have
exciting.
people from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all joining us today.
Awesome.
Lots of people have posted hi and where they're from to get things started. So that was kind of fun to see.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining our this is the last of the 3-day Dream Maker event. And it's been really nice actually to break it up the way that we did, Karen. I really liked that flow where it was, you know, every other day basically. That's what we did, which is awesome. Okay, let's do this one. We've got one left. So your paper should still be in the order that we're going to be cutting them. And then don't lose those zip strips because we're going to use some and we're going to cut those in a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. You're going to need a pencil, which I have. It literally was in my hair. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open our trimmer. Thank you. Did you know that there's a little plastic film on your paper trimmer? Sometimes ours stays on, and so there, look how shiny that is. It's a little protector. It doesn't hurt it to stay on if you want to just not have any scratches on it or anything like that, but it does have a little protector that can peel off, so you saw me just peel that off. All right, so here is our first cut. It's going to be at the 4-inch mark. Now what I want to do is I'm looking at my paper as I want my pages to look identical to the instructions. You want to orient your paper in the right way. So the way the instructions show, this here is on the left side and this leaf is going across this way. So you would feel like it needs to go this way, right? Because the words are going this way. But if I want my page to match the album sample, then that's why I would turn my paper. You don't have to do that, and it really will work because all the colors work together, but that's why I'm doing it this way. All right, I got another pencil for my hair. I'll show you. There you go, see? It works. All right, here we go. So let's go ahead and do a 4-inch cut first. So we're going to do 4 inches down. The reason I need a pencil is so that I know which project this one goes to, which page it's going to. So I'm going to move this out of the way because I actually need to make some big piles over here. And I want to make sure everything's nice and orderly because I'm not the only one doing this. Karen's going to be making a ton of pages, so I want to make sure she's able to find them pretty easily.
Thank you.
So here is 6 inches. So did you see how I turned the paper? Because I want this to be the top of my 4x6 spot. So let's go ahead and trim that down. So this is 7A. And if there is an asterisk on your directions, that means that we're going to use the back side of the paper. But this one doesn't show one, so I'm going to write 7A on this side. So this goes to project 7. Okay, and this one is 7B, and both sides show. So I'm going to write it really lightly in the center because I believe a picture is going to go on this. So this is 7B. So those both go to project 7. Next up we have is another cut. We're going to do 7 3/4. So 7 3/4. Actually, I'm going to turn it this way because, no, I did it right. I was doing it right. Sorry. This is the inside of it. So 7 3/4. Here we go. And again, it doesn't matter really. I'm just trying to follow the instructions exactly as the example. But if you turned your paper another way, this paper is still going to work for you. This is just extra. So it's fine. But where I'm teaching, I feel like I better follow the instructions exactly. And sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. It's just fine. Okay, 5 3/4. So you've got these two. So this is your front page. This is just front page. So I'm going to put this a little FP. I think we use this side, so we're going to do FP. Front page. Okay. This one is your back page, and we're going to use this side. So I'm going to put VP, and that's going to go to the back. Okay, now we are ready for our next page. Here we go. So this one, again, orientation does matter. So we need to make sure that you've got the lagoon swash at the top and this beautiful rosy swash at the bottom, and it's going horizontal and not vertical. Okay, so you want these little dots, the paint dot design over on the right side. So we're going to go to 4 inches. Okay, this is extra. And now that leaves these pieces. You see, this is what we're shooting for. So we're going to do 6 inches. And that should look like that. So you've got these two pieces here. So this one goes to page 2. So I'm going to put, it's beautiful. It's so cute. I agree, Karen. All this whole pack is truly a dream, right? That's probably why we named it Dream Maker, because it's so beautiful. Okay, next up is we have these gorgeous little dots here. Well, they're bigger dots. And I think the orientation on this one, if you want to be exact, it starts with the orange dot on the left side, and then you can see like a lighter color of the rosy on the bottom. But again, it probably doesn't even matter. So, but if you want to be exact, that's what I'm doing my orientation of my paper. So our first cut is at the 4-inch mark. And then we're going to go to 3 inches. These are going to be for our pocket pages. This is going to be 3A. Okay, 3A. So let's go ahead and put that in a 3 pile. And then we're going to do that and keep going. We're going to do another 3 inches and another 3 inches. Okay, so you should have 3, right? So this is going to be 3A as well. Oops, that was a weird A. Okay. Then the next one is going to be this one, and this is going to be 3B. And this one is going to be 3B. So all of those work for 3A and B. Okay, now we've got this left over, and we're going to go to 7.5 inches. So I'm going to flip my paper this way because this is the part I want to get. Oh no, I did it right. We're going to go this way, and we're going to do 7.5 inches. So let's go ahead, because we're going to trim off this little piece right here. 7.5 inches. So we're getting rid of this piece. And now we're going to be cutting it to 3.5 inches. Do 5 3/4. 5 3/4. And this is extra. Okay, so this looks like a base page to me. This one is going to be page 4. Piles are coming along. And this one is going to be page 3. All right, now we're ready to do the striped paper. And again, you want to look at how your colors are going. So the stripes are going to go horizontal. We're going to start with the periwinkle stripe at the top and then down with the rosy at the bottom. So we're going to do a 6-inch cut. That's our first cut, so 6 inches. And then by 8 inches. Now what I want to get rid of is this piece down at the bottom. So I'm going to go to 8 inches with the periwinkle side. And then this here is extra. Now what we're going to do is we're going to cut this piece in a diagonal. And you can do it on your paper trimmer. So I'm just going to make sure that my corners are inside of this groove right here where my blade goes through and it's lined up evenly. Tip to tip. There we go. And you just cut down. Okay, so that gives me these 2 pieces here. This is page 7. So this is, and I'm going to write P7. And then this piece here is page 8. So we're going to write P8. Okay, we've still got some more cutting with the striped paper. We're going to do a 4 by 6. So let's go to 4 inches. This is extra. And then we're going to go to the 6-inch mark. So let's bring the periwinkle piece to the top. Go to the 6 inches. And then you should have 2 4 by 6s. This one has asterisks next to the number 11A. So that means I'm actually going to use this side. So we're going to do P11A. See, there's lots of pages, guys. So that's why we need lots of piles. Okay, this one, same thing. It's got asterisks on the 11B. So that means I'm going to write 11B on this one. So page 11B. Because we're going to be using the polka dot side. Okay, let's keep going. We've got the herringbone design. This one is also going to be horizontal. Whoa, horizontal. And we're going to go to the 6-inch mark. 6 inches. And then they're both, this is extra. And then we're going to do 5 inches twice. So we're going to go 5 inches. And 5 inches. Extra. Okay, so let's write on the back of these. We've got page 11, P11, and page 12, P12. Perfect. Okay, now we've got our last pattern paper that we're going to cut, but then we've got cardstock. So we're not done, but we're getting there. So we're going to do our leaves this direction, where they're going to go vertical with the rosy being on the left side, okay? So let's go ahead and do 7 3/4 cut. That's our first cut. So 7 3/4. Go. Perfect. And now we're going to go to 5 3/4. So 5 3/4. Down here. And then 5 3/4 again. The extra piece. So this is page 5 and it has asterisks on it. So we're actually going to be using this gorgeous side. So we're going to do P5. P5. Start. I need more space for my piles. I hope you guys have plenty of space. Page 4, page 5. There we go. And for page 6. Okay, now we have this piece still, and this is going to be page 6 because we're going to use this side. So we've got P6. Perfect. This was, oh, we're still cutting. So we've got a 4 by 6. So let's go to 4 inches. Trim off just a tiny bit there. And then 6 inches. And that gives you these 2 pieces. And we are using this side. So we're going to write on the back side, page 11A and page 11B. Those go on pile 11. Okay, now let's bring in our beautiful colored cardstock. Let me bring those in. And we're going to start off with the Sundance color. Our first cut is at 2 inches. And we're going to go to 7 inches. This is page 13. So P13. And this piece is page 9. So a 9 pile. Okay, now we've got this left, and so we're going to do 3 inches. Go. And 4 inches. We'll rotate that and cut the 4 inches. This is page 11, P11. And then we have this piece here, which is already at 3 inches, and we need another 4 inches. So let's go to 4 inches. And that gives me 2 3x4 pieces left over. So let's label these. This is P11 as well. And this one is page 12. Okay, we've got this now. Let's go to 3 inches. So pretty. This paper is beautiful. And we're going to go to 4 inches. We're going to do that twice. 1, 2. This is extra. So let's label these. This one is for 13B. And this one is for 13A. Okay. This is extra. Okay, let's do this beautiful rosy color. Now, they are all printed the same. If I'm following the directions, this little swirl is this way. And right in the center, fixing the swirls going to the left. So that's how I'm going to cut it. So let's go to 2 inches. Again, it doesn't have to be
I'm
that way.
impressed you're doing that, Monica.
It doesn't have to be that way, but I can see the pattern, so I'm doing it.
Awesome. Good for you. That means my book will be perfect like the pictures.
2 by 7. So we go to 7 inches, and this is P13. So page 13. And then this piece is page 9. Page 9. Okay. Now we're going to do 2 3 by 4 cuts. So let's go to 3 inches. This gorgeousness is extra. And now we're going to go to 4 inches twice. 1, 2. This is extra. Okay, so this was the bottom. So this is 13B. This was the last cut we did. And this top one is 13A. 13A. Okay, beautiful. All right, we're ready to turn the page. Let's go to the next instruction page. Here is the periwinkle one. And again, if I'm trying to follow that pattern, now I feel the pressure because, you know, Karen commented. So
I didn't do that for you on Wednesday.
so here, this was the piece that I can see. This little, it almost looks like a beak, like a chicken, a really sad chicken. But that's how I see it. You know, when you look at clouds, you see shapes.
So now I'll never unsee that chicken.
Do you see it?
Yep,
It's not
I
just
totally
me, right? Okay, so that chicken goes
It
like
looks
that.
like Buckbeak from Harry Potter.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not totally out there. You don't have it? You don't see the chicken.
Actually, it's there.
Look, there's the feet, and it's kind of sad. It's like frowny, sad. There's the eye. There's the top. It's a rooster or chicken. I don't know. Okay, all right. Anyway, anybody else see it besides me and Karen? Maybe it's an age thing.
Maybe it's because both of us don't have the greatest eyes.
All right, so this is extra, this piece here. That was pretty funny. All right, so now we're going to go to 5 inches. Tell me that other people saw the chicken.
They haven't answered that yet, but someone says that they see an eagle flying with his head down and his talons grabbing something in the swirl. Do you see that?
Holy smokes. No, but I already cut it, so too late.
Look on the full one when we get to it.
Okay.
And yes, people are seeing our buckbeak chicken.
Okay, this is 2 by 5. It goes to page 10. That was pretty funny. All right, this is my first piece for 10, and I just realized I didn't leave a spot for it, so hopefully it won't get lost. All right, and then this leftover piece is for page 14. Wow, somebody, I want to look at the eagle soaring and picking up the snake or whatever it may be. Okay, and that was the first one for 14 too. Okay, now we're gonna go to the lagoon, which is so pretty. Again, here's my defining point of which I know the orientation is. It's got mostly white right here, and that looks about right, according to the instructions. Again, it just probably has no relevance whatsoever, but I can see the pattern, so I'm following it. 2 by 7, we're going to do a 2 by 7. So I did 2 inches. Now we're going to go to 7 inches. So we've got this again. We've got page 14 with a 2 by 7 piece, page 14. And then this piece goes to page 10. This is the 2 by 5, page 10. Okay, so we've got this left over, and we're going to do 3 inches. This is extra. And now we're going to go to 4 inches. So let's go ahead and do that. 4 inches. And we're going to do it again. 4 inches. Beautiful. This is extra. Okay, so we've got, this was my last cut, so this is 13B. 13B, and this one is 13A. Okay, now we've got the glacier. And for whatever reason, the papers are the same orientation anyway. So here, again, this white spot here is on the upper right-hand side. So that's what I'm following. So let's go to 2 inches. These are easy cuts. And this whole piece is extra. Can't wait to see what you make. Now we're going to go to 5 inches. This is page 10. There. And then this piece, oh, I did it wrong. This was page 14. Sorry, got excited there. So the oh, that's why, because it's normally been, okay, the 2x7 is page 14. That's the 2x7 piece, page 14. Yep. And this is page 10. So this is the 2x5. Okay. Now we're going to do our beautiful ballerina. This one looks like, let's see. Yes. Okay. How I'm defining it is I see there's like a darker little arch right here. That's the orientation. Do you see that? Now I want to know what everybody sees in the papers, like the clouds.
Someone says they think that looks like a partridge.
Oh, okay.
And let's see, I think that is what all we've heard so far.
That's awesome. Such imagination.
Yes.
All right, so 2x7, so we cut it to the 7-inch mark. This piece is page 13. And then this piece is the 2x5, and it's page 9. Okay, we're going to go to 3 inches now. This is extra. And now we're going to do 4 inches. Twice. Another 4 inches. This is extra. So this is the last cut. This is 13B. And this one is 13A. Great little pile for 13. Okay, we're going to turn to the workshop page. Now we're going to do some base page cutting, and then we're going to do some stamping. Ooh, we're getting there, you guys. Well, I mean, there's still a lot to do. Don't get too excited. All right, so we're going to do a lot of fussy cutting too. So we're going to go to the 8-inch mark, and then we're going to cut this to 6 inches. And these two pieces are base pages. So we're just going to do a base page pile. So just make a base page pile, okay? We're going to keep this piece handy because we're going to use it for some stamping. Let's do another 8-inch cut. Keep this piece, you need it. We're going to do 6 inches. I rotated my paper, going to the 6-inch mark. 2 more base pages. So fun. Okay, let's do it again. You know what to do. 8 inches. Keep this piece, we need it. 6 inches. Rotate your paper. Base pages. 2 base pages, okay? We're piling up on the base pages. These are base pages right there. Okay, now we're going to do it again. 8 inches. Keep this, we need it. Rotate, go to 6 inches. 2 more base pages. Okay. Let's do that again. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, okay. Your instructions handy because we're going to need it again. Now we're going to do, it says cut 3. So we're going to do 3 just 8x6s. We don't need that extra piece, that White Daisy cardstock piece, but it's a great piece. So just keep them in your stash. You never know when you have to stamp some more, right? So this is really just extra, but keep it in your stash. Then 6 inches, we're going to be making 3 more sets of base pages. So there's 2 more. Let's do another 8x6. 6 inches. Oh. 8 inches. And then 6 inches. 2 more base pages, right? Okay. Now it's telling us to use, did we have extras White Daisies in this pack? I don't know why I have so many.
Not that I'm aware of, but Maybe you got a bonus.
I got bonus. Look at that. That's a lot of bonus. All right, well, we'll keep those to the side in case I need them. I don't think I do, but we shall see. Okay, now we're going to use black cardstock. So we've got quite a few of those as well. And we're going to do a bunch of 3x4s. Okay. We're going to do 3 inches all the way across. Let's just go for it. 3 inches all the way across, and then we'll start doing 3x4s.
Monica, on your last white daisy, did you see that it said to cut 3 sheets? That way you did that, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I have so many extras. Maybe
That's
count
weird.
up how many base pages, Karen, and I'll recount to see, make sure.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll do that.
3 inches. Let's do another 3 inches, and then we're going to start doing the 4-inch cuts, okay? So we just did, you can see that. This is my full 12x12 sheet. So now I've got 4 3-inch strips, right? Now we're going to do all 4-inch cuts. You ready? So let's do 4 inches, 4 inches. So you should have 3 of those. These we'll start labeling so we don't get mixed up, okay? So let's go ahead and do FP means front page. Now I'm going to mark them off, so make sure I'm checking them off. This is going to be 3B. I'm going across on my instructions. So let's put that on 3. And this one is going to go to 7A. Okay, so we're going to put that on 7, project 7. Okay, let's go and do some more 4-inch cuts.
12 6x8s for bases.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's what I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Maybe I counted wrong. Maybe there's 14.
Okay, well,
Anyway, we'll see. I mean, we got white daisy for days. Who
and
doesn't
you know
need
what?
white daisy,
You
right?
can never have enough white daisy.
That's for sure.
Never ever. And if you get it in your pack as a bonus, well, congratulations, you're a winner. All right, so here's 3 more. So let's label these. I'm still on my top row, so this is going to be page 11. My pack at home didn't have that many extras, so I think it was just a mistake. 3A. And so now I'm on the second row. That was the first one on the second row, and this is 3B. Okay. So let's do 4 inches again. 1, 2. Gives me 3. And so now I'm going to do 7B. That's where I left off. I'm on the second row still. 7B. And this one's page 11. This one is the first of my last row. This is 3A. Okay. Now we're going to go 4 inches. 4 inches again. Okay. So now we need 7A. Okay. 7B. And page 13. Okay. That was that one. Now let's do another. We're going to do some more, but this time it's going to be 3x3s. So we're going to do 3 inches. Piece of black cardstock. And we're going to do another 3 inches. And let's stop there before we make another vertical cut. Okay, I'm going to save this off to the side. Actually, we have another 3-inch cut, so let's just go ahead and do it. So we've got 3 inches. Okay, keep this handy because we're going to use it. So here are my 3-inch strips. Now we're going to start doing the 3x3 cuts. So let's do 3x3. 1, 2, 3. And that should give me 4 3x3 pieces. This is going to go to page 1, and I'm marking off my instructions to make sure I'm not duplicating cuts. They're the same, same measurement. Page 1. I'm going down this time. I'm going down on my instruction sheet. And this is page 2. And this one is page 2. Okay. Got all those marked off. Now I'm going to get my next 3-inch strip and I'm going to do it again. We're going to do, this time we're only needing 3 3x3s. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, and then you have an extra piece. So you're going to be marking 3 of them. So this is 11A, 11A. Check that off, and I'm going down on my instructions. So 11B and 11B. Okay. Now we have this 3-inch, but this time we're going to go to 5 7/8. So 5 7/8 is this longer line. There's a, we call them lashes. They like little lashes. So it's the longer lash before the next inch mark over. So 3 7/8. Are you so proud of me that I memorized that, Ashley? You can teach a dog new tricks. An old dog? Wait, whatever the saying is. I'm the old dog.
Can you teach a chicken new trick?
Yeah, I don't think you can teach a chicken, but you can teach a dog. All right, so this goes to page 9. It looks like I did an 8, but that's a cursive G. I don't want to confuse Karen. Page 9. And then this one, we're going to do the same thing, 5 7/8. A long eyelash before the next inch mark. This is just a little extra. And this is page 10. Did it again. That's a G, not an 8. Can't do it. Page 10. I don't even need to write page 10. I could just write 10, but I want to do. All right, next up, we're going to do some journaling strips. So let's go ahead. Or maybe they're not journaling strips. I can't remember. Oh, I didn't make these pages, so Karen can tell us what they are. But I'm cutting 1/4 inch strips. So we're going to go to the 1/4 inch mark, and I'm measuring that 1/4 inch on the outside, this arm here, because I can control my paper better on the left side. You can measure it this way for sure too, but I can hold my paper down, and that's why I do it from this side measuring. So I'm measuring on the outside of my trimmer on the right side, 1/4 inch down. So we're going to do that twice. Okay, this is extra. And now I'm going to cut these down to 6 inches. Are these journaling strips, Karen, or are they decor?
I do not remember. Can you tell me what page
11 and 12. Page 11 and 12.
I will tell you.
So now we're going to go to 6 inches. Probably not journaling, duh. You can't write on the black. I guess you could with the white gel, but that wasn't in the instructions.
They are accent strips. They're going to go on either side of a little border sticker on a page. So
perfect. Well, there you go. All right, so these 2 each for page 11. So we'll write 11, 11, and 12. Okay, woohoo! Let's do another black cardstock. And we're going to do 4 by 6. So let's go to 4 inches. And then 6 inches. And you have these 2 pieces. One is for page 3. And one is for page 6. Okay, let's do it again. My watch just told me it's time to stand. Hello, watch. I am standing. All right, we're going to go back to 4 inches. I haven't moved from the standing position, I guess. One is for page 7, and one is for page 8. 7 and 8. And we're going to do it again. Well, this is already at 4 inches, so we're going to turn it and go to 6 inches. And this is for page 12. I don't know why I flipped it. It was habit. Because it's the same color on both sides. And this one's going to be a 4 by 4, so we're going to go to 4 inches. This is extra, and this is for the back page. Okay, now we're going to turn the page and we're going to do some more black cardstock. And look, I have a bonus piece of black cardstock. We'll put that with our bonus white daisy. And we're going to go to 4 inches. And I got the lucky pack today. So we're going to do 4 inches. So it's a 4x4 square. And this is for page 5. And now we're going to go to 5 7/8. It's that longer line before the next inch mark. Okay, this is extra. And this is going to be page 14. Excuse me. Thank you. Page 14. Okay, let's go ahead and do 2 1/4 by 2 1/4. So let's go to 2 1/4 first. Cut down. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cuts, 2 1/4. So 2 1/4. 1, 2 1/4, 2, 2 1/4, 3, 2 1/4, 4. So we have, oh, one more, 2 1/4, 5. Okay, so you should have 5 of these, and they are for 13A, 13B, 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 and 13A. Okay, so 2 for 13A and 3 for 13B. Okay, now we've got to do another one, so we're going to do another 2 1/4. And then another, we're making it into a square, so 2 1/4 cut. This is 13A. They were 3 each for those. And then this piece is going to go to 2 1/8. So we're going to go into that longer line in between the 1/4 inch and the inch mark. It's like a light bulb just turned on. Took me a while, years. All right, so that's just extra. And then we're going to go to 6 1/4. Extra. This is the piece we need, and this is for page 4. Woo! Hey, we've got a zip strip to cut, and then we're going to do some prep steps. Oh, this was extra as well. Those out of the way. I'm going to mix those up. Okay, we've got the heart zip strip, and we're going to need to cut this to the 6 inch mark. It's already at the 1/2 inch. So we're going to do 6 inches across. And you've got 2 6 inch strips, and these go to page 4 and page 3. Okay, 3 and 4. Wow, that was fun, right? So let's put our paper thinner away. What we need to do, though, is now we need to do some stamping. And it's going to be fun, fun, fun. All right, so remember these pieces we had? Let's get those out. And let's get a Versamat. Love me a good Versamat. We'll get a dust pad too, just in case we need it. So I'm going to set up my little station here. And I'm going to bring in an all-purpose mat as well. You just never know. We're doing it the Karen way. She's taught us all, and now we all do it this way. So you put your Versamat down first. Then you put your dust pad off to the side there. Then you put your Versamat. Look at that. It's the triumphant trio of necessities when you're crafting. What did you say, Karen?
Do I say that?
I'm just saying, you use them all the time.
Yes, I do. I use all. Oh, you said, wouldn't you say? I thought you said,
Wouldn't
isn't
you
that
say?
what you say? And I was
Wouldn't
like, oh,
you say?
I don't know.
You didn't back me up, so I'm like, well, I'm an idiot.
It is the triumphant trio. You are right. They are all
I guess she
among-
doesn't care that much.
You guys, we're starting out already being silly. We're in trouble by the end tonight.
All right, you're going to need Lagoon ink and Flamingo ink. You're going to need this amazing Dreammaker stamp set that was made just for this gorgeous kit. It coordinates so beautifully. And I know you're already going to tell me, why didn't you guys make a thin cut? Honestly, we just ran out of time and we needed to get the special out the door. So there was no thin cut. So we're going to be doing some fussy cutting. Whether you love it or you hate it, we're doing it. So get your scissors. And
We're going to love it today.
you're going to get ready to do it. So, and I actually love it. I don't mind it. I think it's great and it's fun. And it's not too much actually on this one. There's not a whole lot of fussy cutting like the scrapbook page, but we are going to be doing some fussy cutting. Let me bring, this foam carrier sheet, this foam comes in your stamp set and it's it's not only to help with the stickiness of the stamps, you know, so that they don't stick to each other, but it also is really great for stamping. So I'm going to use it for stamping as well. And then just make sure you've got some blocks handy, whatever sizes you may need. Let's see, I'm going to use this one. So this is the 4x4, 3x3, 3x3 block. Okay, so we're going to be using, first off, we're going to do these fun little swashes. Those are really fun. And it's hard to see when you see it like this, right? Because you're like, I don't get it. But when you see them in color, they really do make a lot of impact and they're so beautiful. So let's bring in this piece here. So this is a 4x12 white daisy cardstock. You should have had it left over from when we did the base page of cutting. Okay, so we're going to do the more longer swash first. This is a brand new stamp set. So we need to season it just to get some of that stickiness off and just to give a cleaner stamp. And so you can season it by stamping it several times on a scratch piece of paper and kind of cleaning it every single time, or you can use the oils of your skin and just kind of lightly tap or rub on that. And then that gives it like a smooth textured feel and not as sticky. So let's go ahead and open our Lagoon ink and we're going to stamp this fun and beautiful swash. And then we're going to do a flower image on top of it. But first we're going to do the swash. Would you call it a swash? I don't know.
Yes, I would.
Yes. All right.
I would. In fact, on Monday, when Christina and I did the live event for the scrapbook pages, she introduced the stamp by saying, "This is Karen's kind of stamp." It has lots of swatches. I love swatches.
Swash, it's beautiful. And you know, if it doesn't stamp, it's not meant to look totally perfect every time. I mean, it's a swatch, so it's got to have a little personality to it as well. Let me just make sure I've got that little air bubble out. There we go. And I'm going to ink it up again. So we're going to do it 3 times with this pattern, swash. Let's go up here. And then I'm going to clean this off and we're going to do the circle-y one next. I'm using my stamp chamois to clean it. This one's nice and wet. Clean that off. It's not pretty to look at, but it's effective. All right, let's go ahead and bring in the circle. And we're going to do 2 of these in Lagoon. Just keep moving down. Great. Now we're going to do our flower. So let's go ahead and bring in this large flower first. And we're gonna do this in, oh, I should have told you. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to see the ink color. I think it is in black. It's an intense black, pretty sure. These are for project 7A and 7B. So let me look at the book and just double check that. I'm pretty sure it's in the intense black. Yes, it is. Okay. Just the instructions didn't say anything about the black. Just said to rotate the flowers as you stamp it, just so that the pattern changes every time. That's why. Okay, so here's one. And you should see some of that white poking through. That's what we want. We want it to have kind of like a distressed look, right? So I'm rotating the flower so that it's not going to be the same every time on that swash. Isn't that a fun technique? A great use of the swash. Okay, so they all looked colored a little differently. That's cool, right? Okay, let's clean that off. And now we're going to bring in the smaller flower. Bring a smaller block. That's okay. I can use this one. Okay. Maybe a 2x2 wash. Okay, let's do the same thing. We're going to do the flower here. I'm going to actually do a little bit of the flower off to the side so I get some of that polka dot. That little fun cluster here. See that? That's so cute. Okay, thank you. The nice thing about using, I mean, you can use any size block, obviously, but the nice thing about using a block that's closer to the size of the stamp is you don't pick up that extra ink. Did you see that ink that I picked up by pushing down on that stamp? So that's why it's good to have multiple sizes of blocks. Boy, I'm getting inky, which is always a good sign. All right. So we've got these. We're going to fussy cut those, but let's put them off to the side and do some more. So now our next piece, we need another of these 4x12 pieces. We're going to do the same thing all over again, but a different order and a different order. Same colors. Let's close this one up. We're going to need Lagoon for this one. And we're going to do this here. Let me see. I think I can pick this one up. Okay. So let's do the circle swash pattern. And we're going to do it one time at the top. Okay. That. Perfect. Now we're going to do flamingo. Let's put that one away. Bring in the flamingo. And we're going to do the longer swash. This one here. Okay. Bigger block. And we're going to do 3 of those. Okay, we're going to do 2 more. Okay, now we're going to do the circle one, the circle swash in flamingo. Bubble. Okay, do that in flamingo. Got that done. So good. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to bring in the intense black ink and we're going to do flowers. So we're going to do first, we're going to do this flower. You know what? I think I might have done the wrong flower. on this one here. I think I was supposed to do the large flower. Well, good thing we have extras. We'll do it again. All right, so let's do the large flower for this one all the way down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, but that's okay. All right, so, oh, we need the intense black ink.
The ones that were all
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, they're all large. So it's all right. We've got extra paper, lots of extra paper. And it's already cut because I cut a few extras. All right, so we've got, first we're going to do, all we're going to do is just keep rotating that flower so that we get different looks. We don't want consistency, right? It's supposed to look organic and distressed and so pretty. But what a great way to do that. I lined that one up. I missed a little bit off the side and then I lined it up and it lined up perfect. I like those dots, so I kept kind of moving my flower that way, my stamps that way. All right, well, let's fix my boo-boo and let's go ahead and let me just clean this off. Really wet, so okay. We're gonna bring in another sheet because I have extras. So let's bring this one back in and we're just gonna do 2 lagoon ones because that's where I messed up, 2 lagoons. And it's 2 lagoons of the circle swash. Let's do the smaller block. 2. That'll make up for those 2 that I didn't do right. Okay. We'll bring back our big flower. Go ahead and bring in the intense black ink. 2 flowers. 1. So awesome. Okay, we're going to be fussy cutting all of that in a minute. Let's finish doing some stamping first. Now we're going to use the small flower. So let's bring in another one of those 4x12 pieces. And this time we're going to use a different little background. This one here, it's kind of striped a little bit. It's not as solid as these ones. It's like a vertical stripe. So let's go ahead and bring that one in. And we're going to do lagoon, 2 lagoons, and 3 flamingos. So they're really fun. 1, now, oh, I just cleaned it. I want to keep it on my blog. Now we're going to do 2 or 3 in the flamingo column. So let's do that. And you could have stamped your flowers first and then done these on top of them. You could have done it that way too. But I kind of like this. It's like a reveal, you know, and then you get to kind of decide where they go. So it's fun. All right, so we've got 3 of those. And now we're going to bring in the small flower. So I've already seasoned this guy up. Let's bring the intense black. So we're going to do actually 2 on each little strip here. So you're going to do 1, rotate the flower, 2. What a cool way to color in the flowers. Love it. Okay, got our flower stamped. Now we're going to stamp the sentiment always. This is a really fun technique. I probably should show you under the close-up. So let me move my little station over. Hold on. Let me get it set up. Okay. Drag this over here. Just drag this. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm actually going to flip my Versamat around. So the Versamat has like a foamy side to it, which kind of is like this foamy. You could double it and have extra foam or just use it this way. So we still have another 4x12 piece. And we're going to stamp the word always. Okay. And we're going to do a really fun technique that we call double stamping. And it gives it like a shadow. It makes it look, it's shadow stamping. It's probably what it's called. Not double stamping, but that works too. You're going to need a long block because we're going to use this sentiment always from this set. It's part of that Dreammaker set. So let's bring in always. I'm going to pick it up with my block. Okay. It's brand new. We haven't used it, so I'm going to season that up just with the oils of my skin and hand. Okay. And now I'm going to bring in the Lagoon ink. And because it's a larger stamp, I'm going to ink the stamp this way. So that way I can kind of stamp the stamp pad along the stamp itself. And our stamp pads have a raised little pad, so it makes it super easy. Some pressure down, make sure all the nooks and crannies. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to stamp it once. So we're going to do always. Just kind of rub it all the way across, make sure I've got all that pressure the same all the way across. And then I'm going to lift it, and without re-inking it and just kind of slightly going to the right, I'm going to stamp it again, and it gives me a second generation ink color and also gives me that shadow effect. So cool, right? So fun. Okay, there you go. Hopefully you can see it. I don't know if you can, but I can see it, and I promise you it looks really cool. So you try it for yourself. It's really fun, and we're going to be cutting that one out as well. So let's go ahead and start some fussy cutting, shall we? I think that's all the stamping. I want to double check. Yep. Okay, we're going to fussy cut. So this is the portion of our show, of our program, where it's good to ask questions or let's have a discussion because I'm going to be cutting and cutting and cutting. So we've got all this to cut out. So let's go ahead and start that right now. It's so fun. You can kind of see it, right? Hopefully. It looks a little blown out on this monitor that I'm looking at, but yeah. I'm just going to trim this down just so that it's easier to cut. So I'm just going to bring in my paper trimmer just so I have a little more control when I'm cutting this. What's cool about this one is we're not going to cut them out individually. I think for the cards Karen did, when she did the cutting, she cut them out individually, which is a labor of love, and that's awesome. But this one's going to stay connected, which is cool. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm using my micro tip scissors, and I'm going to move my paper, and I'm going to make sure to not cut the shadow that I just stamped, and I'm leaving a little white border around the outside of the shadow stamp that I just stamped. But I'm going to keep this connected. Here, let me show you what the end result looks like so you can see it. Let me pull that in. So you can see the goal of what we're trying to do. Hold on. Let me pull this out. So here is, you see how it's still all connected? That's what we're shooting for, okay? All right, Karen. You're on, sister. What are we going to talk about?
I don't know. What shall we talk about? Monday, when we did a bunch of fussy cutting, we talked about old TV shows and movies we like. So we got to think of something new this time.
Oh, Christina was the wrong person to have that conversation with.
Well, I know, but I was actually really surprised. She had lots to say about. She really has seen a lot of movies, just not all the ones that we've seen.
Nothing with Disney.
We always find here at work, Christina, who was on the video on Monday, rarely has seen the movies we've seen, but she had some movies she talked about that I was like, oh, I would not guess that you would have seen that. So that was kind of fun.
Guess
Maybe
what?
we should talk about like favorite. Why don't we do this? Why don't you guys share in the comments, and Monica and I can chat a little bit too as you start doing it, some of your favorite songs or groups for music as you were like in your teens. How about you, Monica? Who did you love?
Who did I loved Wham.
I did too.
I
That
loved
was
Wham.
college for me though.
Yeah, oh, I was in high school. I totally forgot something, you guys, so stop what you're doing. And I forgot to add the sentiment living in the moment. Whew, that was a close one. I didn't cut it out yet, so that's good. So we need living in the moment, which is right under always, the sentiment there. Let's bring that in. You're going to need intense black ink. Let's pick that one up. So we've got living in the moment. And if you've already cut it, it's okay. You can still stamp it and just don't put it off that S. That's totally fine too. Okay. Let me make sure. Yep. Okay. So we're going to do living in the moment. See, I probably cut a little too close, which is fine. I still have room for it. Yep. That's it. Just a little more to the left is what I did.
We're getting some good
There you go.
replies, Monica.
There you go.
Okay.
Now back to our
Back to
regularly
our-
scheduled
yes.
program.
Important things.
Yeah. Now we keep fussy cutting.
We got an Air Supply, which that was my very first
Oh, I love Air
concert.
Supply.
Journey, I love Journey.
Me too.
Survival.
You know, Journey was just
Survivor,
here.
I mean.
The new revived Journey, you know.
Yes, he sounds just like him.
He really does. They
Yeah.
were just here for Stadium of Fire, which
Oh,
is
were you at Stadium Fire?
not this year. I'm really sad that I missed out actually, but they were here for that.
That's something that happens here in Utah every year at Brigham Young University. They, in their football stadium, they do a big show for 4th of July, and they always bring in a big name performer. Usually it's country, but this year was Journey.
Yeah, I went last year and it was Tim McGraw, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
I love
Tears for Fears, My Husband is With You. I was not a fan of the,
Me either.
what is the word that goes for that kind of music? The
New
more
Age? Is that what they
yeah,
call
I
it?
don't know, more alternative-ish. I don't know. There's a lot of digital sound in there, you
Like
know?
Erasure.
Yeah, like that.
Oh man, that dates us.
Flock of
Ashley's
Seagulls, how about that?
She's like, what are you guys even talking
Yeah,
about?
she didn't know what Christina and I were talking about either. She was like, I'm out. Ashley's much younger than the rest of us here.
What was yours, Ashley? Let's age Ashley, shall we? Yeah, in high school. Oh,
Ashley
what?
said that she didn't grow up in a home where they listened to a lot of music, so she doesn't have a great answer. So we're going to just convert her to all the 80s music, okay? Well,
Oh wow, Ashley.
ABBA, she likes ABBA. I like ABBA too. That's
Me
more
too.
70s almost.
I love
early 80s maybe. Oh, we've got Elvis. Oh, someone else said ABBA.
Hey,
Ashley,
fun fact.
Jeff
I have a
Pepper.
little story about Elvis.
Okay, let's go back.
So my mother-in-law is from Port Arthur, Texas, and she went to high school with, I don't know, somebody that knew Elvis. And Elvis came into town, so she got to meet Elvis when he was just starting out, big time. And that was her claim to fame. That Elvis kissed her hand. What a gentleman. So there, that's it. That's my whole Elvis story.
It's your Elvis.
But you know what? I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but when I was younger, a lot younger, my favorite thing to do on Sundays after church was to watch Elvis movies because they would show them on TV, and I would watch. I think I saw every single Elvis movie.
Your favorite?
I don't even know the names of them, but I loved them. I watched them all. I've seen every single one. Yeah. All right, my friends, always is done. And now we're going to be doing flowers and more flowers. So I'm just going to trim off the excess paper. That was a close call. Here, I'm going to do lots of this time. Just to make it easier for myself. Yeah. Totally. You can control things better.
Some people are saying Australian bands who I've never heard on, but I have to say, okay, and you might have to help me, Monica, or maybe you Aussies that are watching.
Yes.
When we traveled to Australia for Close to My Heart, there
Nutbush.
is a song.
Nutbush. Tina Turner.
Okay, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's an Australian one.
Oh.
But it's almost like Sweet Home Alabama or something like that for us, that they play at every dance and they all sing.
Nutbush? I'm pretty sure it is.
No, I don't think it is. It's something about Maddie, if you're watching, Maddie will know. I've danced with her to that song. And she's tried to teach me all the words and everything.
Because I feel like every time we had a dance, they were like, Nutbush. And I'd never even heard it, ever.
This one's something about...
the Tina Turner song.
Something about a beach. I don't know. Anyway, you guys will have to answer. Oh my gosh, I just had a flash from the past. Someone said Bay City Rollers. Do you remember the Bay City Rollers?
Yes. All right, we're going to cut all these fussy cut.
Someone commented and said that one of the moms of one of the guys from Wham scrapbooked all their stuff.
What?
How cool is that?
Oh, I was so sad when they came into concert and my mom didn't let me go. I cried my eyes out.
Oh.
I was so in love with George Michael. So in love. I was like 14.
Well, that was when I was in college, and when I was we used to go dance, back in the days, and Dan and I danced to Wham a lot. So Wham brings back good memories of falling in love with my husband.
Aww.
Casey and the Sunshine Band, that's a good one. Men at Work, that was my husband's first concert.
Has anybody said to you yet what the Australian dance
I'm waiting. It's gonna come to me, but probably after the event tonight.
We still have hours. It'll come to you.
Someone said Bob Seger. That was one of my favorites too. I loved Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band.
I loved Gloria Estefan in high school.
Ooh, I did too.
Words get in the way. I knew every word. Every time it would come on, I would be like all in my feels. Yeah, that was fun.
People are asking me questions about this song. It's a group.
It's a group.
It's not they said, is it a single person?
Oh, okay. Like, I don't think it's Nutbush. I think you're making it up.
Sing that.
I can't, but I can hear it in my head.
I don't think it's that. Dang, I can't remember. I can't think of it. She said Cold Chisel. That's not it either. It's going to come to me. ZZ Top. That's a good one.
Not my vibe.
Bee Gees. I was a huge Bee Gees fan.
Too.
Loved Andy Gibb. In fact, Christina and I talked about Andy Gibb one day. We both had Andy Gibb posters in our teenage bedrooms.
My mom had me when she was a teenager. She was 17. So we kind of grew up, like she was so into music. And so we had a lot of Barbara Streisand and the Bee Gees and Saturday Night Fever and ABBA, like all that. She really liked Queen.
Ooh, I still love Queen. I love their music. That's a good one.
It was fun. We had a fun musical household because she was always playing records. We had albums and a record player.
I remember when I was in high school, we got this stereo that covered a whole wall because it used to be like that.
I know.
And we got 8-track tapes for the first time.
We had a car with an 8-track.
So cool.
That was awesome.
My dad was a huge Kenny Rogers fan, and Anne Marie. Does anybody remember Anne Marie? And he would play those in our car on an 8-track.
That's awesome. Man, those are some good, feel-good memories right there.
Michael Jackson, I have to say, I've loved Michael Jackson since I was really young. And Off the Wall's my favorite.
It's the best.
It is.
It's undispuntedly the best.
Yeah. I mean, I love Thriller too.
Yeah,
but
no,
Off
it's
the
good,
Wall
but
is
Off
my
the Wall
all-time
is the-
favorite.
I'm gonna.
Do you know that, Ash? No? Okay, you go home tonight and YouTube Off the Wall and watch the progression of Michael Jackson's look.
Oh, yeah. That was the original Michael Jackson.
Yes, before
V1.
before surgery.
Even the Aussies are stumped, Karen. I think you got to listen to Nutbush. Dunster.
Yeah.
Hey, are you guys getting all your flowers done? I hope so. We still have more. Okay. We're getting there.
Many good comments. Neil Diamond. My grandma introduced me to Neil Diamond. I had a very cool grandma, and back then Neil Diamond, when I was in junior high, and she introduced me to Neil Diamond. That was cool. And now Neil Diamond is at all the ball games here in the U.S. I mean, not him himself, but yes, the song. Do you guys do that in other countries too at ball games? Do you play that? What's the name
Sweet
of that?
Caroline.
Yeah, Sweet Caroline. Do you guys do that in Canada or Australia or New Zealand? Where everybody says ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Come on, Ashley, you know that one. You have to. Oh, Michael Bolton.
Oh yeah,
Last
that was my high school days for sure.
Oh, is it April Sun by Cube Dragon? Maybe. It's something Sun. I'm remembering that. That might be it.
Okay, but tell me I'm not crazy with the Nutbush song. Tell me that is an Aussie thing.
Okay, Aussies, I don't know Nutbush though.
You would if you heard it.
They do the Sweet Caroline in Australia, they're saying.
Good. They do a line dance to Nutbush.
Oh, they do? That's fun.
Like we do with
April Sun by Dragon, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Pauline Tehan.
Is it really a popular one? Come on, Polly, tell us the truth.
Maddie says everyone has to know it. That's why she made me learn it when I was there.
I don't know it. And I've been to Australia like 15 times.
They say they love Nutbush. And by they, one person. No, I'm sure there's way more. She's just the first one to answer.
Karen does not like to be wrong, you guys.
They just answered. It was April Sun in Cuba by Dragon. That is the one.
Is that a line dancing song?
No, it's kind of a rock song and everyone sings while they dance. I was surrounded by Aussies singing it. And then Maddie the next day emailed me all the words so I could learn it for the next time we came.
Okay, we're done with the little flowers. Now we've got 5 big flowers to cut. And then we'll be done with fussy cutting. I'm just cutting down the big flowers so it's easier to cut. Just off camera, sorry.
You got a few more nuts.
Okay. See, I'm not crazy. Because they were dancing to it, like line dancing. And I wanted to learn the line dance, you know? You always feel left out when you don't know the line dance.
That's so true. Do you know that my grandkids don't know the little dance to wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble? I had to teach that to my grandkids.
Wobble baby, wobble. What's that? Oh, the cha-cha slide. That one's at every Weehongy party. We do love to dance as a family. We have such fun.
It is a fun thing to do. I have a daughter-in-law that was a professional dancer. I don't know if you've ever seen her dance, but she is amazing. And I love going to a wedding with my daughter-in-law, Daisha, because when they do, the DJ and the dancing starts, she's in the middle of the floor and everybody's around her watching. She's tons of fun to watch dance. And now her daughter is an amazing dancer. In fact, just got back from a national competition where she won national awards with her dance. It's kind of fun to watch.
It is so fun. She's amazingly talented. We're not talented like that, but we're not ashamed to get on the dance floor.
Your family's very talented.
We love to dance. Love. One year, not too long ago, I had 3 weddings in 9 months. And I was like, everyone's going to get so sick of our dance parties, but they really didn't.
I will not forget those 3 weddings in
in 9 months.
Somehow Monica stayed sane through it all.
And I had 2 conventions.
Right.
All at the same time. I don't know. Maybe
and you did a beautiful job. The weddings were beautiful, Monica.
Thanks. Karen helped. Everybody helped. It was a group effort. You did all the beautiful sign-in books, Karen. They were so beautiful.
Yeah, they're fun to do.
Such treasures. There's a YouTube video on our YouTube channel.
In fact, if any of you guys are wondering what we're talking about, a sign-in book for a wedding, they're fun to make and they're not hard to make because you need to leave so much space for signatures. And like Monica said, we do have a YouTube video on our YouTube channel that shows you how.
Close to my heart. Look up Close to My Heart on YouTube. And you will see Karen talking and teaching through that one.
Someone just said they just had a world record nutbush dance at the Big Red Bash in the Outback.
Thank you. I knew it was like the national dancing song.
It sounds like I need to learn a second song, right?
Yeah.
I can do that dance next time we're there.
Last month, we actually went and saw Tina Turner. It was actually the week that she passed away. We just happened to have tickets to the Tina Turner musical. And it was outstanding. Really outstanding.
Was it emotional with it being so close to her
death? It
death?
was, actually. Yeah. The cast were they did like a little tribute for her at the beginning and the end. And you felt it, like the spirit of it. I don't know, the crowd was really into it. And it's the life story, but done as a musical. But at the end of the musical, it's like a mini concert. And everybody was on their feet. It was amazing. And the lady who played her wow, she blew me away.
Did they say Proud Mary for last?
Oh, they sang everything, yes. But Proud Mary was a big one. They sang everything. And she sang Nutbush, too. So that every time I hear that now, I always think of Australia. And our dance floor with our dancing ladies. They like to dance in Australia, and I love that.
Yes, they do. They were so much fun. In fact, it was after our closing banquet, and I was dancing with all of the makers. Someone had to come find me and get me because we needed to clean up. And dang it, I was having so much fun.
You're like, I'm dancing. It wasn't me, because I'm always like, stay on the dance floor.
We just got a comment that someone is listening to April Sun in Cuba by Dragon while they're fussy cutting. So,
I know. I wish we could play music. I wish we could play music instead of you hearing our bad singing.
Well, let's tell them why we can't. Because
tell them why we can't.
If we actually tried once and we got taken down from Amazon because
we got muted. We got muted.
Yeah. Not Amazon. Sorry. Where's my brain? I'm shopping. Yes, I'm shopping in my brain. Watching this Facebook took us down because we weren't supposed to use the music. So anyway, you guys just have to sing along to yourselves as we craft and listen to us on our crazy talk.
Amazon. If we were at a live event doing this, we would be playing music at this point and not talking your ears off. Okay, this is the last one. We are done with our fussy cutting. How'd it go for you guys? I hope well. Okay, I'm just going to clean up. Ashley's going to keep the camera there because I'm cleaning up so I can set up.
I'm guessing a lot of them didn't finish their fussy cutting because there have been so many comments about music, which has been really fun.
They're going to watch the replay. They're just listening now for entertainment purposes. And if this really is, I'm not finished. Wah, wah, wah.
Okay, that's too much.
I just saw it. Dang it.
I have to say, speaking of music and what we were talking about, my mom. That was really but we had a stereo that
I love it. Oh, for sure. When my mom passed away, my sisters and I sat around one afternoon and we put together, we called it Mama's Playlist, and we shared it with each other, like on Apple Music, or you could do it on Spotify, but we all had Apple phones and Apple Music. And so now whenever I'm feeling like I really miss her and I just need to be close to her, I play Mama's Playlist. And it's got really, like, it is like a tribute of all the music she would listen to while we were growing up. It's awesome.
That's really special.
Yeah. And we all got to contribute, which made it so cool. It's like, this was the song I remember. This was the song I remember, mom singing in the kitchen or whatever. So it's fun.
That is fun. We just got a few comments that people are having a hard time hearing me, which is funny because usually I get the comments that I'm too loud. But what I think happened, you guys comment now that I'm talking again and tell me if you can hear me just fine, because I think my on-off switch was like stuck in the middle. So I apologize for that, but hopefully we're back to normal volume now. If it's not, let me know and I'll put the mic a little closer to me.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, they can hear me now. Awesome.
Hey, I still have 4.
Well, what shall we talk about for 4 flowers?
What are they having for dinner? That's always a good
that's
one.
always a good one. I always read their responses when we ask them that
I
and
know.
just go, oh, that sounds amazing. It makes me want to go home and just eat everything.
We're having Mexican Cafe Rio. Oh no, Costa Vida.
Costa Vida. It's sort
It's
of more
not
Southwest-ish,
it's like Tex-Mex kind of.
Yeah, but it's yummy.
It's
and
good.
I think that's all over the U.S. now, and so they probably all know what that is. But I don't think they would know it in maybe Australia or New Zealand. But someone's having pulled pork and roasted veggies, hamburgers on the grill. Now that is the way to my heart. I love.
We're having those on Sunday. Sunday dinner at my house. Come on over.
You know what? It's my week to have all my kids and grandkids, and I'm making sliders. Only not hamburger sliders, the ones that you do, like you put them in a pan and
with
you
the
do
poppy seeds.
Yes,
yes,
and it has poppy seeds. You cut like a whole dozen rolls in half.
Yes, the Hawaiians, the King Hawaiians or whatever.
So I'm going to do roast beef ones.
Those are good.
Roast beef with Swiss and ham and provolone and turkey and Munster.
I've done those, and they were like all buttery on the top.
Yes, you pour a sauce that you mix with butter and a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. I always have to do the whole thing because I think it sounds so weird to go Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, these guys are having good food. Poached egg on toast, hamburgers on the grill. Oh, I said that one already. Cheeseburgers, taco in a pan, pizza and salad. Ashley, what time's our dinner coming?
All right, my friends. Hopefully you're not too sick of me. I'm going to be teaching the front cover and pages 1 through 4. So, but we actually have more prep steps still after this. But we're getting there. And now we'll have all these flowers. Karen, I think what I'm going to do is just leave the flowers in a pile and then you just pick out.
That sounds great.
Instead of trying to take the time
them
to
up.
say, yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fine with me. Oh, they're asking for the sliders recipe. I don't have it with me, but I can try to remember to post it here on the Close to My Heart page.
You can find it on Pinterest.
Yeah, but it might not be the same one.
They're all close to the same. But
yeah,
I saw this one on Instagram actually. That one, like the
mine
one
came from a good friend, and the one with the ham is a little different than the one with the roast beef. And anyway, but you're right, Monica. They could go on Pinterest and just do a search for roast beef sliders or ham sliders or turkey sliders and see how to make them.
All right, friends, take a drink of water or drink of whatever you're drinking. I'm cleaning up and getting ready for the next prep step. So I'm going to have a drink of water. Ooh, would you ask Cassidy for me to get me that Jack Sparrow, the 32 ounce? Speaking of drinks, you guys.
Okay, now you got to tell them about the Jack Sparrow drink.
Okay, don't worry. I don't drink alcohol. But it's called a Captain Jack Sparrow. So in Utah, it's a Utah phenomenon, but it's starting to like spread, I think. And it they're called like they're soda shops essentially, and they make mixes with different kinds of flavorings and that type of thing. And so it's Captain Jack Sparrow is a diet Dr. Pepper with pineapple puree, coconut cream. I think that's it. And it's so yummy. It's like dessert in a cup. Okay, so now we're going to be doing some fun little coloring of these gems right here. So let me go ahead. We're going to stay on the close-up camera actually. So here we have these silver gems, right? You see these? And we're going to use the markers. We have pink. Oh, sorry, my fan is blowing my paper away. Let me do that. We have the pink, pale pink shades, the blue turquoise blend. Those are the markers we're going to be using. And we're going to divide up the sheet with both of these colors. We're going to use the medium. If you can use any kind or any one of these tri-blends, but the medium gives us the color that we want to match the paper. So I'm going to do, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 rows. So we're just going to divide up the rows and you're going to see magic right before your eyes. It's so cool. And you can color these up. And I could even go in a second coat and make them even a little darker or go to the darkest color if you really want them dark. But this color is gorgeous. Can you see that? Hopefully you can see that close enough.
Yes, it is showing really well. And just so you guys know, you can color almost any kind of gem if you use alcohol markers, which is what Monica's using. They will stick to slick surfaces, and once they're dry, they're colored fast.
It's so great. And it really gives you so many options, right? And it's still, what's so cool too is that it's still opaque enough that you see the glitter. So it looks like this beautiful turquoise glitter gem, but it's the actual silver ones. So there you go. Make your own color. So cool. So we're going to try to equally divide those up and we're going to use them throughout our project today. And we're not using one silver one, so everything's colored. So we're just taking turns right now. We're doing the blue turquoise blend, and I'm doing the mid, so the one right in the middle. Okay? Okay. More dinner ideas? Yeah, I'm going. I'm cruising. But this is just part of our prep steps, okay? And they'll be ready to rock and roll. Something to think about too as we're working on these projects, let's do the bitty ones, is we're going to be using the White Daisy pigment ink, and that does take some time to dry. There's a couple of options you have. One is because if you follow the steps in the instructions, it has us doing it as the first step. But because we're trying to get through the whole book tonight, we actually have a heat gun here, and we're going to be using the heat gun to dry them. Or I practiced mine last night and it worked great this way. I'm actually going to do it as the last step. So then that gives my page time to dry. So I'm not going to use the heat gun. I'm going to do it as the last step. So if you want to follow along and do that as well, then either have a heat gun handy or just know we're going to do the White Daisy as the last step to let it dry. Okay, so it's up to you. Karen, are you going to use the heat gun for yours?
I think I'll do a little of both so that they can see the difference.
I only have one that uses the White Daisy, so I'm going to just do it as the last step.
That sounds great. Then I'll make sure I do a couple for sure with the heat gun.
Look how pretty. Isn't this just amazing and beautiful? Are they loving this? I hope so.
Yes, and a lot of them are saying that that is a tip that they knew already and that they do it all the time. So if this is a new tip to you, just a warning that it's kind of addictive.
It's so fun and easy. So simple.
And I think coloring right there on the sheet is the way to go because most gems are rounded. And so to get all the way to the bottom, you get some, you know, like on whatever it's on. And so instead of coloring them on your project, coloring them on the sheet really is the smart way to do it.
Okay, let's do these. So nice. And I'm using the mid shade on this one as well.
It always looks lighter on the gem than it would on a piece of paper. So if you're testing out alcohol markers to decide what you want, what color you want your gem to be, then usually you want to go the shade darker than the one that looks just right on paper, if that makes sense at all.
Almost done. Beautiful. Look at that. So good. So cute. Oh, I see a little edge. Just touch up a little. Okay. These are done. And we've got all of our little prep pieces done right there. Okay, let me just make sure we've got it all done. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to need is our stencil. Now, the stencil came, let me just show you under the faucet here. The stencil came as one big sheet, okay? Was it a 13-inch sheet, 12-inch sheet? I don't know. Is it 12 inches?
Well, I think
it's probably a little bit bigger than 12. I don't know. But what we decided to do was to cut them down for the use. It's just easier to manipulate it, and then you just use the one that you need. And then you saw we just had a little binder clip keeping them together. So we've already trimmed ours down, but we are going to be using these as well. You're going to need a blending brush, several blending brushes, because we're going to be using different colored inks, and one, of course, for the White Daisy pigment ink as well. You're going to need the Flamingo ink and the Lagoon ink. And blending, we have blending brushes, but you can use sponges too. Let me make sure. Do we have a blending brush for the White Daisy? No. Well, there may be an unused one. Okay. So because we've been working on this project, we already have some, you can see, that have been well used already. This one's Lagoon. And then we haven't done a White Daisy one yet, so I've got a new one right here. These are actually really easy to clean. You can see, look, no color's even coming off because they're already dried. And just by doing this one has just a little bit, but just by doing this, you can clean them off. Or you can rinse them. And I heard Karen say with a teeny, tiny, tiny bit of soap, you could use them. But they're really versatile and they work over and over and over and over again. They're awesome. All right, let's go back over to our overhead camera. I'm going to be doing this page first. This is the cover page, okay? We are going to need our stamp set and, like I said, the stencil. So we're going to do the front page and actually the back page right after that. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, we need the White Daisy. So we're going to need this one, and I'm going to use this blending. But remember, it says first, it's the first step in your instructions, but we're actually going to do it at the very last step, okay? And then we're going to use some stamping. So let's bring in our front page parts. So you've got this piece, right? It just says FP. So these are all just say front page. Oh, that says page 1. So these are the only 2 pieces you need, and you're going to need that always as well. Let me actually bring in another Versamat. I'm bringing this over.
Isn't it crazy how we can start out so organized and then just like everything ends
like a bomb explodes on your table.
Yes.
All right, friends, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do some stamping first. You're also going to need a base page. Remember all those base pages we cut? You're going to need those. One of those. Actually, I'm going to flip my Versamat because I'm going to do some stamping. I'm going to use this on top. I think you might have been. Oh, it sure is. What did I must have missed a cut. Missed a cut. Let me check. Thank you. Hold on a second. 7 3/4 by 5 3/4. What did I do? So it's the 5 3/4 I did not do. Thank you. Yep. 5 3/4. And it was like the first cut. I missed it. Sure. Yep. Okay, we just missed that one little cut. Okay, here we go. So first things we're going to do is we're going to stamp. This is such a fun versatile stamp. We have these words here, right? It's like a distressed looking kind of words. I don't even know what it says. Do you, Karen? No. Doesn't matter because that's not the point. The point is we want to see those words off to the side, kind of a fun little distressed look. So let's bring in our block. Would you mind going into my purse and grabbing my glasses? I think I left them in there. I'm not sure if they're there, but I think they are. Oh, no, sorry. It's right next to the fan on the table. Oh, are they? Okay, we'll grab those. Neither. Okay. Okay, no. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to put this more straight. So we need the intense black ink or any black ink. Those work. Here's your case. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so let's do that. I'm just trying to see which way is, yep, it's this way. Like it's so tiny, it was hard for me to see if it was upside down or not. Me too. I'm like, I mean, I know it really doesn't matter, but you still kind of want it the right direction. All right, we're going to do it off the page, okay? So not the whole sentiment. So I took off like a 1/2 inch of the sentiment. You can see it's going to be off the page. Look at that. You see? So pretty. And we're going to do it several times. So I'm going to just line it up and do a little more down below. And then we're also going to do some down on the right hand side at the bottom. And again, off the page. Look how pretty. Oh, I mean, the paper's already gorgeous, but this technique and using the stamp just to adds even more to it. So let's go ahead and clean this off. We're going to use it a lot, so keep that stamp set handy. Getting that ink off. So great. Okay. Now we're going to do some stenciling with our lagoon and our stencil. So we're going to do this stripe stencil. This one. Hopefully you've got that. And we're going to do some up on the left-hand side and some down on the right-hand side. And it's kind of a gradual look. So it says to like do a light hand and then kind of go in a little bit heavier and a little lighter. And some go in more and some go out. So we kind of want to make it look organic, okay? Maybe, should I bring this under the close-up? Yeah. Okay. And I've got lots of little tiny workstations happening all over the place. Let's see, we're going to move this over. I want to make sure you guys can see everything. Okay, you guys can see that okay? All right, so let's go ahead and bring in the lagoon. And I've got my brush, my blending brush. I'm going to pick up some ink. See that? And now with a really light touch, I'm going to do some off to the side. I'm going to do some of these edges up here. It says start doing light, light, light. You can add a little pressure like in the middle, maybe go all the way out to the edge.
Everyone's will look different, and that's good because that's the whole point of techniques.
That's right. We just want to make sure it's over on the left-hand side and it looks organic and not a perfect square, you know? So you see, I'm not doing all the way to the edge on all of them. Pushed it off to the side a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So it's probably hard to see on the camera, but I've got some here, some up here. Maybe you can see it. Okay, now we're going to do some down below on the right-hand side. And same idea. Some are darker, some are lighter, some go to the edge, some don't. You can go gradual, dark, dark at the top, light, light, light at the bottom. It's just meant to be distressed and add some light texture and patterns there. So pretty. I think I'm going to do some down at the bottom. Okay. Might do a little more up here. And again, it's like not even, doesn't matter if it's not lined up, you know? Okay. You see that now? So pretty. Now you want to make sure to clean your stencil as well. And I can use my chamois or a tissue or a baby wipe. Just kind of clean it off. Make sure, because the ink will transfer if you don't.
Same with your fingers. The ink will go from your fingers onto the next thing that you're touching. So make sure you wipe those off too.
I don't know what happened to the baby wipes. They disappeared. Oh, they're over there, Karen, on the makeup table. Would you mind? So I'm going to use baby wipes for my hands because my hands are inkified. All right, so we've got that piece done. I'll stay here under the close-up because I think with the 6x8, it's easier to see. So we'll just stay here. Let me just clean my hands because they were pretty inky. Alrighty. Great, they're clean now. All right, so now let's go ahead and go on to our next step. So we did the distressing. Now we're going to use a black lip pen. And we're going to draw a border, okay? Side, so we're going to make a border, and it's just going to be like 1/4 of an inch in, and it's meant to look, again, organic, not straight. And I'm pulling with my elbow towards my body, and I'm not moving my wrist. I'm just dragging that pen towards me. Do you see that? And it's meant to be just a little bit natural, like like a natural wave to it. So cute. And we're going to do this, I think, to every page, pretty much. Every page that has a base page like this. So get used to this technique. Again, pulling towards yourself, not bending your wrist. Got my wrist actually on the table and just sliding it towards me. Okay. Isn't that so great? So, and it adds such a cute little look to that. Okay, we've got that done. And now we're going to adhere the pattern paper to the base. And like I said, we're going to wait to do that just towards the end. Let me grab some adhesive. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do the white daisy piece. Let's do that. I'll show you how to do that too. So under the close-up, I'm going to bring in my scratch piece of paper. I've got the white daisy ink right here. Because we're just assembling, so I'm not going to smear anything, and you're going to see it's going to be a really light touch. You don't have to do this step, but it does add a little bit to it. We're going to use, let me make sure which one. It doesn't really matter, but let's use this one here. It's the middle-sized one, okay? It's going to be hard to see, I think, but it is cool. And I've got the stencil just on this corner, and I'm just going to do the white daisy ink. Oops. There we go. Just kind of tapping it. There we go. Okay, you see that? Okay, I'm going to be conscientious of that. I'm going to make sure to clean our stencil for sure. Let me get the lid on that. Getting the stencil off to the side. This time I'm going to use a baby wipe on this. So I can just dispose of that instead of getting it on my chamois. Okay. All right. Now we're going to start doing the adhesive, building it. So let's go ahead and bring in the base page. I'm going to add some adhesive. And you're just going to put this page centered on that white daisy piece. So there's a little border around it. You can see that right there. We've got our photo mat, and we're going to need a 3x4 photo. So let's bring that in. Build that onto this. Oh, we've got to trim that right. That's right. She said in her tips here, Janice Gilhooly. Is that how you say Gilhooly? Yeah, Gilhooly. Well, at least I think so. So we're gonna have adhesive there. So I'm gonna trim off. Do you trim off a 1/4 inch, Karen? Is that what we do?
Yeah, so okay, this is a
Or
good thing to
1/8.
talk about. Yes, it depends on how big of a border you want. If you want your border to look like the sample, then I would trim off an 1/8. And this is a good thing to think about with your photos too, guys. A lot of the mats in this album are the actual size of a photo. Like if the photo were 4x4, the mat's actually 4x4 or 4x6. So you have to trim down your photos slightly. And for me, I can either pull it off, just the side and the top, a 1/4 inch off each. But if something's centered in that photo, or it's, I'm afraid I'm going to lose too much of something, you can always cut an 1/8 off each side to keep things centered like you have them. And if you want a larger mat, then instead of cutting an 1/8, then cut a 1/4.
And I just cut an 1/8. So that gives me this tiny little border. So I cut off an 1/8 on one side each. Okay, so this is going to go on our page. So let me just make sure it's measured properly. It's going to come down 2¼ inches. So 1, 2¼ and then
They're loving this. So many comments about how much fun it is to do all this layering of stamping,
so
and stenciling.
So pretty. Okay, next we're going to bring in our title, and that's going to be on 3D foam tape. So let's go ahead and add that. We've got some thin 3D foam tape. I think our 3D foam tape's all in now. So yay for that. The Karen Pedersen shortage phenomenon is over. It's a brand new one, so. Okay. The tape will not go off. All right, so I'm going to just trim this to fit onto my title. Make sure I'm not showing any through. That one's kind of thick, so let me peel it up just a little. I could have used the thin. I should probably start using the thin now. Let me do it more on these thicker parts here. I can use the thin. Oh man, another little piece of tape. Okay, there we go. Start the roll. So the thinner width worked better for me. Well, maybe one more right there, just to give it that lift, right? Okay. Now we can start taking off the adhesive backing. And yes, I just throw it on the ground. You can't see it. All right. I know, we're just barely on the front page, you guys. We can do this. We can do this. I said 3 hours for mine. I don't know. We're on 2.
Yeah, you're just barely over 2. You're doing great.
All right. So we're going to, because I don't have a photo, I want to make sure I'm not putting any adhesive over where my photo is going to be. So we're going to pop this up right here. Oh, that looks so good. It looks so cute. It doesn't it? It's so awesome. So here's a sample page so you can see what I'm looking at. And now I'm going to bring in my die cuts. So let's bring those in.
I think I have good news for you. I've already made this album, so you get to keep all the pages today.
Oh, that's good news. It's my lucky day. Okay, so we're going to punch out this outline heart. And I would have put adhesive on the whole thing, but I'm not using the inside. So I'm going to do it on my all-purpose mat. So let's just punch out that center heart. Man, this one's in good. Oh, it really is. So we're going to use the adhesive, and then I'm just going to do the adhesive on the all-purpose mat because it doesn't matter if it gets on my all-purpose mat because look, it just beads up and washes off. It's awesome. You can wipe it. You can wipe it off as well. So here, I just want to make sure none of the adhesive is showing through. So we're going to add that outline heart over here to the left side, right above our photo. Then we're going to look for a tinier inside heart. Oh, here's this heart right here. Now I can put, let's see, I'll flip it this way, a little adhesive on the back of what I need. That's tiny there. And then I can push that one out and it will stick to my page. Not exactly where I wanted it, so I'm going to move it over. Right here up against this heart. Now we're going to do the larger outline heart. So this one here. I'm not using this one yet, so I'm just putting off to the side. We're going to use this outline. It is delicate, so be careful as you punch it out. Not to break it, not to break your heart. Don't break your own heart. And same thing right here on the all-purpose mat. We're going to put this one kind of tilted down towards the bottom. And now all we need to do is add our gorgeous colored gems, right? So fun. So we're going to do, yep, a tiny one right off here. And I'm just sliding it off my carrier sheet. And then we're going to do the larger ones. We're going to do one of the pink ones over by the S. And then a turquoise or lagoony one over by the heart. Okay, there is your front cover all done. Gorgeous, right? So pretty. Okay, now we're going to do the back cover. So let me get the sample out of the back cover. This is the page we're going to be working on. So let me grab my back cover. You should have these 2 pieces of the back cover. Wrote on the side that I'm using, which is fine. Just erase that BP. And I write lightly just for that reason, because you just never know, right? It's going to get covered up anyway, which is fine. All right, so this one should come together fairly simply. Let's go ahead and use the flamingo ink and the leaf stencil, and we're going to apply some more leaves and some stamping over on these sides. So let me find that leaf stencil. I was drying it. Here it is. Okay. And we're going to do the small. We're going to do the small one this time. So let me get the flamingo ink.
If you move the sample page just down a little bit and your Versamat, they'll be able to see the whole page that you're working on. Perfect.
Well, I'm going to move the sample page because I'm going to do this, and I just don't want to accidentally get any ink on it. So just know it's right there. It's coming back. All right, let me move in my leaf a little more. So just kind of off to the side there. And we're going to do a good amount on this one because we really want it to show. Okay, so I'm just tapping that, picking up the ink, rubbing it on there. So pretty. Isn't that pretty?
You guys noticing that Monica's adding a little at a time as she's layering the ink on that? That's this, even though we're going for the darker look on that, the fact that she's adding a little at a time, it's giving her a lot of control too. A lot of times you ink up that brush really a lot and put it on there and you get a big blob. So by doing what Monica's doing and layering, you're going to have a much smoother, prettier image.
Thank you, Karen. I didn't even know I was doing it. Look at me doing those advanced techniques.
Look at you.
All right, here we go. There's another one over on this side. And there. Beautiful. Isn't that? Look how it all just works so good. It coordinates so beautifully. Okay, so we're going to put that. Oh, we're going to keep the flamingo ink out. Let me go clean this off because we're going to do some stamping. Oh my, I pulled a baby wipe out and 15 came out.
You might use 15 while we do this album.
I don't want them to dry out. All right. That'll dry off while I'm doing the rest. So we're going to do this little dandelion stamp right here. It's on this one. You can see this one right here, the smaller. Like a little sprig, right? Let me get a block. And we're going to do flamingo ink. We're going to do one up here and a few down here. We're going to do one off of that. Okay, so I just did 3. No biggie. So easy. Okay, we're going to do, oh, we still need the flamingo ink. I just want to put that away. I'm not done with it. I can find the chamois. Here we go. Okay, so clean that off. And now we're going to do the words, those beautiful words that we have no idea what it says. I need a magnifying glass to read it. Is it in French? Is it another language?
No, I think it's English, but it's part of the reason on Wednesday that I asked that I wore your glasses because I was putting it on the block and couldn't tell if it was up
right
or down.
Side. Yeah, right side up. Yeah. All right. Let me grab my scratch paper and move that off to the side because we are going to be stamping off the page. And the reason I'm not doing it on the Versamat is I don't want the ink transferring. You can see where my pile of baby wipes were. Okay. Flamingo ink. Let me turn my Versamat around too. Doing all the things, you guys, all the things. Okay. We've got our stamp ready, all loaded. Yep, this is the right direction. And we're going to stamp it 3 times along the side off the page from top to bottom, or top to not all the way to the bottom. Just line it up underneath. So, oh, just twice there on that side. And then we're going to do twice over on the right side. And again, off the page. Okay, there you go. Look at that gorgeousness.
Okay, you just got a hint from one of our viewers. She said if the deep indentation is on the left side, then it's going the right direction.
Yep, now I know. I actually did notice that. I was going to say it, but I didn't. You beat me to it. I was like, okay, mental note. The deep indentation. All right, just cleaning off the stamp. Putting it back. It's a good habit. Put those stamps back. That's how you don't lose them. Right? All right, now we're going to do the Le Pen technique. So we're bringing our Le Pen in and we're going to do our little 1/4 inch border all the way around. So I'm just pulling it down, pulling by my shoulder, not lifting. And I turn the paper. So good, right? It does add to the page. It's not meant to be perfect. If you wanted a perfectly straight line, you could use a ruler, but a straight line just doesn't go with this look. Okay, there's that. So good. Okay, now we're going to, let's see, adhere it to our base page. And I'll bring the sample back in so you can see while I'm working. It's hard. It's not quite enough space for 2 6x8. I mean, it does, but it doesn't give you a lot of room to spread out. I know that you guys like to see the finished product. The great thing about our instructions is we include photos too, so that you can see the finished product. Okay, we've got that one on so you can see coming together. Let's go ahead and bring our sticker sheet in. You didn't even get to break into the sticker sheet. It's our first time doing it. So we're actually going to take this little sentiment, let your light shine, from this strip up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut it out right here so that I don't have to peel up the whole strip in case we want to use any of the other pieces. Great, right? Okay, so there, see? It kept the rest of it intact and it gave me just the sentiment I needed. Let me tell you, let me bring this up again and put this, measure this right down here. See, they fit perfectly across the thing. Okay, so you can see this starts at the 6-inch mark and goes right up to the edge of the white daisy paper. Okay, and I'm going to use the black Fla pen, and I'm actually going to draw a line on top, right up next to it, on the top and the bottom. See that? Like I outlined it. And then I'm going to do a small little line inside. Gives it that cute little double-lined look right there. Okay, there you go. Now we're going to add our photo mat. This is going to be a 4x4 photo. Four by four photo. Here we go. Okay, so here we go. We need to cut this down. I'm going to do 1/8 of an inch again. And I'm doing just 1/8 of an inch on one side and then on the bottom 1/8 of an inch. That's my photo. Okay, so that gives me 1/8 of an inch border all the way around. Okay, now we're going to add the photo mat, and then we want to make sure to not put adhesive down on this side here and right at the top here. So I'm just going to try to just do the center basically. And then you're going to just put it up against that sticker and about 1/2 inch from the left side. Now we're going to bring our stickers back in. We're going to add a sticker down here. It's this one. It says the 31st, Juliet, 1939. I don't know if I even said that right, but that's what it says to me. And we're just going to tuck that right under. Okay. So cute. Now we're going to, oh, I was going to tuck flower down here too. Hold on. That up just a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's tuck another flower under there. It's going to be this large one right here on our sticker sheet. And we are going to tuck that in right here. So pretty. Gosh, it's so pretty. Then before I get the next flower, let's go ahead and get the leaves that we need from this, our die cuts. So we need this one here. And let me go ahead and add, sorry, I'm going to have to move this so I can do this. We're going to add some adhesive to the back of this one. So I can just push it down. We are going to push this one. Just push it out a little bit. There we go. It's coming right out. Well, it was, and now it's stuck. There. Okay. So we're going to tuck some of this down underneath this. Remember, I didn't do all the edges, so I can tuck this in. Right next to the word shine. There we go. Look how pretty. That is so pretty. Then we're going to do one over here. We've got down here. Yeah, one of these. We'll do, it doesn't, I think we're going to use all three, so it's fine. Put some adhesive on this one. And then punch that one out. So we're going to need, I'm not going to use the whole thing. So I'm going to kind of tear those off and then stick this one right about here. It's going to get covered up by this flower, so that's okay. Put that off to the side. Okay, now we're going to do another one coming off of here, and that was this one. Let's go ahead and put some adhesive on that. I'm going to do the same thing, just punch that out. So this one you do see. Lift that just a little bit. And you can see what they've done here is they've actually trimmed off the excess leaf. You see that? So let's go ahead and grab our scissors and just trim off just those little peaks.
They're liking your tip of putting the adhesive on to the back of the die
that's
cut.
good. I'm so glad that's helpful. All right, so remember those little leaves that we just saved from that other one? I just want to make sure there's no more leaves here. Nope. Okay, good thing we saved those. So we're going to use these leaves. Let me trim off this little stem part right here. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to trim that, and it already has adhesive on it from earlier. And I'm going to add this one, right underneath this sticker. Let's just pull the sticker up just a little bit. And we're going to just tuck this one under like that. And then I'm going to add this one over this direction. Look how cute that is. So cute. Now remember I had let's see, we need 3 little hearts. So let's grab 3 little hearts from this carrier sheet here. Let's do that one first. This one, we're going to do it right here. Back down. There we go. Okay, let's do another one. Just punch it out. Punch this one or put this one right here. And then we're going to do one more. One more small. Here's a small one right here. Okay. And that one's going to go. Oh, wait. Oh, yes, right here. I'm like, where did that other heart go? Okay, so you've got those hearts. Oh, we're going to need another sticker. So we've got 2 more stickers. We're almost done with this one. Okay, we're going to do this sticker right here. And we're just going to tuck this sticker in right about here. Okay, then we've got this lagoon flower. And we're going to tuck this one right here. Okay, we're going to add our gems and we will be done with the back page. So let's go ahead and put this one in the center of that lagoon heart. We've got this one here. And then a larger one down here. And then we're going to get some little ones. So let's get a little pink one. One right here above the shine sticker. And then one of these turquoise ones over by this black leaf. All right. Oh, we've got one more here. Is it a small? Yeah, it's a small pink. Right there. Hey, there is our back page. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Next up is, oh my, page 1. Page 1. Well, I'm going to go over my 3 hours. Sorry, ladies. All right. Here is page 1. We've got believe. Okay. We're going to be doing this one. So let's go ahead and bring in our page 1 pieces. This piece, this piece. Oh, let me see. Oh, here. This piece. So 2, 3 by 3s. Yeah. All right, we're going to do some stamping. I'm going to stamp this sentiment several times. This one right here. Oop. Down on the right-hand corner. Oh, we got to do some stenciling first. Sorry. Let's go ahead and bring in our circle stencil. Well, add the new dust pad because that one is pretty hammered. You guys hanging on? Are you hanging on? I hope so. You really
Definitely a crowd pleaser for sure.
She really, really did. All right, so we're going to do some circles over here and down here. So let's go ahead and bring in the flamingo. And just a mental note, I saw a flower fly off the table. So if we're missing one, it's probably somewhere on the ground. Okay. I'm not going to go looking for it. All right, so we're going to just do some light touches first to start. And you can see it's kind of lighter towards the center. And then obviously a little darker when we come over to this darker rosy color. And what I love about this circle stencil is they're already kind of done randomly and different sizes for you. So that's kind of fun. So it already has like a natural organic. Oh, look at that. So good. Okay, let's do some down here. I'm just building on the color. And then I'll kind of lift it to see if it's what I want. And I can go darker if I need to. Hey, pink. Yep, I love it. Okay, we're done with the stenciling on this one. Man, my desk, my workspace is out of control. Okay, so now we're going to do some line texture stamp, and then we're going to stamp that in flamingo ink as well. So let's go ahead and add the line texture stamp, which is this stamp right here. Do that. And it's going to go horizontal, okay, from the top. We're going to do it like two times to start. Let's see how that looks. So here's one. We're going to go again, two. I think I'm going to do one more time. No, three. Okay. So cute. This whole distress look is a vibe, right? Okay, now we're going to stamp some dots in flamingo ink. We're going to stamp this little dots cluster right here. Grab smaller block. Okay. I'm just going to be adding some little clusters of dots throughout. So I've added two down here. I'm going to do some up here, a few, one over here. That's probably good enough. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm good. Okay, just a few. So I stamped it, what, 4 times? Okay, we're going to put that back. Clean that off, put it back. Now we're going to do the black lapin again. And we're going to do that little border. About 1/4 of an inch, pulling my arm towards my body, not bending my wrist. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to adhere the photos to the photo mat. So those were 3x3s. Let's see, where did those go? We need 2. And I need to trim them down, so I'm trimming them 1/8 of an inch. Trim. It's trimmed. Doing one bottom or the top or the left side or the right side, not both sides. Okay, so we've got those. Let's add those to our photo mats. Two are done. Let's go ahead and add them to our page. So let me go ahead and move this and put that person back. Look. Here is the sample page so you can see it. It's going to be a 1.5 inches down. So let me put this down to right. You see that? Yeah. Okay, so the left side is 1.5 inches down. Adding a piece into the back. This is 1.5 inches down and 1/2 inch in. There. And then the next one is a little skewed. You can see it's like tilted. We're going to tilt that I didn't add adhesive to the left corner because that's where my photo is going to go. And then it's just tilted off to the right there. Okay, let's add our sticker. We have 2 stickers. We're going to do believe. And that goes right up to the right-hand side of your photo mat. And then we're going to outline it in the black pen. And then we're going to do a little inside line as well. Okay, we're going to add the sticker love down on this side. You can see it's kind of tucked under there as well. There we go. The E goes almost all the way to the edge. Then we're going to add one of these little tabs from our paperboard. So we've got a tab. Let's add the adhesive. Right here. We're going to add a burst sticker on that tab. That is right here. And looks splattered and distressed already, which is so cute. So let's add that one right here. We've got those. And then we're going to add some more burst. We're going to add this rosy burst here. Oh, I didn't draw the outline. Sorry, guys, before we put that down. Let's go ahead and outline this one. Outline the outside. And then do a little line on the inside. There we go. Perfect. Now let's add our burst down here. Okay, we've got one more burst up here, and it's a tiny burst right here next to this heart. You see it? We'll grab that burst. We're going to add this burst down over here, and then we're going to add 2 dragonflies. Oh, so cute. We're going to do this middle-sized dragonfly and then a tiny dragonfly. I'm trying to find it. I can't see it. My goodness. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, it's not here, but it had to be here. Okay, let's add the mid-sized dragonfly first. So we're going to punch that out. Size. I'm going to overlap just a little bit. Perfect. And then the smallest dragonfly is right next to the rose, that really detailed rose. Out. And you can use like your scissors or your piercing tool, any kind of tool to poke it out. I'm just pushing it with my fingers. I don't even have long nails right now, so. Right there. Spread those wings, little dragonfly. Okay, now we're going to add some embellishment. We're going to add this pink gem here, and then a small one over here in between the 2 dragonflies. And that is page 1. So pretty. Good. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, let's bring in page 2. You guys still awake out there? Hope so. Okay, let's go to page 2. Pull out the sample. Here is page 2. No straw? Not nice. All right, page 2, my friends. We got this. Yes, we do. Okay, I'm sure there's going to be stamping, so we're getting the flow. Let's turn the Versamat over. You know the drill. Put our scratch paper down. Here's the sample page. I'm sure I haven't lost anything. There's our photo mats. All right, so I can see already we're going to do some dot stenciling again, this time with Lagoon. So good. Okay, we're going to do some down on this corner here. Quite a bit, like this whole little section right there. So let me get my Lagoon brush and my Lagoon ink. Okay, let's go to town. Lights and darks all throughout, right? Random. Everybody's is going to be a little different based on how much ink you want and how much pressure you put on, how wide you go. Pretty. Oh yeah. Okay. We're good. That. Now we're going to stamp with Lagoon that stripe pattern again, this one here. Let's bring in the block. This time we're going to do it on the right side. So pretty. A little bit off the page. Okay. We got those on. Now we're going to do that word, that little word phrase. This one here. We're going to do that in black. Do it up at the top, right corner, and then again underneath. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's put this one back on. So good. Okay, now we're going to do our line with our pen. Straight line. It's not supposed to be perfect. Okay. We're going to add our photo mats. Let's get photo cards. 1, 2. Oh, I gotta cut those down. Keep forgetting. But we don't normally do that, so that's fine.
You could always just leave them off.
I like the border.
No, I mean the
not
photo
them.
placeholders for now.
I could, you're right. But now I've started and I can't stop. You know, I got a little bit of OCD, just a little. Okay. Let's add those. Well, that's Karen's code for hurry up, lady. Karen still got lots of pages to teach. Okay, we're on 2 and I have 2 more. We can do it. Okay. Got those. So now let's go ahead. Oh, you know what I didn't do is I didn't stamp those little cluster dots. Let's do that. We're going to do it in Lagoon. Do one down here, one over here, here, there. I think they were second generation, but look, now I've got some first and some second. All good. It's all matches, so it's all beautiful. Okay, that looks great. So I've done a little random sampling of those dots. Second generation is when you ink it the first time and then you stamp it onto your project with the second base of that ink. It's a little bit lighter. Okay, so
We'll
now
be doing that throughout the book, Monica. So they get lots of practice for second
generation. Yeah. And it looks good with both, actually. So I like that we could mix it as well. Okay, now we flip this over. Let's go ahead and bring it down so we can measure our photo mats. Okay. So we're going to do this photo mat here. It's going to be 1 inch down from the top. And yep, a 1/2 inch in. Okay, so 1 inch down from the top and 1/2 inch in is about right here. Okay, and this left one is going to be a little tilted as well. And it's going to overlap just a little right here. Okay, now we're going to add some stickers. Let's add Smile. I'm just going to tuck it in right here, right up next to this photo mat. Okay. Now I'm going to draw the line with my lip pen, tracing it. Inside there. Okay, now we're going to do Best Day. Tuck it in underneath this one. Perfect. We're going to do a black line, outline, and then the inside. Okay. We are now going to do some of the die cuts. Let's do this tab here. That one out. I'm going to do it right up here. To the edge. There we go. And then we've got a tab over on this side. So let's grab that. Oh, kind of tuck it. You can see it goes all the way to the edge, right up next to that photo mat. My funny little watch is saying that I need to stand up. I'm like, I want this to count. I am standing. Going on 3 hours. Okay. Barely tucking it. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to add, let's go ahead and add this big dragonfly, the large dragonfly. Like that. Push that one out. Dinner sure does smell good, girls. Can't wait.
It tasted good too.
It's my motivation to hurry up. My reward. Okay, we're going to overlap that dragonfly. So beautiful, isn't it? Okay. So good. Now we're going to add some more stickers. Let's find the burst. We need a lagoon burst. It's under that blue part. And that's going to go up on this one, in the center of that tab. And then we need a melon or Sundance heart. And that's going to go on this one. We're going to add an embellishment. We just have one of the large turquoise ones here. And then you can add some journaling lines. Like I don't even have a ruler, but we're going to add some journaling lines right here. I'm going to do it with my block. Well, depending on what your journaling is. Oh, I was supposed to use a gray Le Pen. Sorry, I have a black. That's what we're doing. But if you want it to be lighter, you can do the gray Le Pen. All right, there's some journaling lines. Hey, we are done with page 2. So cute. Moving right along. We've got
Get dinner.
And my drink that has no straw. Okay, here is page 3. Make sure I've got it right. Yeah, we do. Okay. It's going to take 10 minutes to clean up this mess. You should see, but you should not. Okay, we're going to do the black Le Pen first around the edges of the paper. This one's not, there's not, because the page itself has so much going on, which is great. So let me bring in, this is one of those 3-page plus because you've got some pocket pages with this one. But we're going to do this first. So let's do this first. Let's see. We're going to do the outline. We're going to do, I don't normally do it that way. That was a little scary. Okay, we're going to go this way down. Oh, I went a little too close. But it really is meant to be organic and not straight, okay?
People were commenting that they would never dare do it without a ruler. And if you feel that way, it's totally fine to use your ruler if you want it to be straight. But really, I bet you'd be surprised. If you practiced a couple of times just on a scratch piece of paper,
right.
I think you'd be so surprised at how easy it is if you follow those
Totally agree
little
with you.
tips that Monica gave you.
Totally agree, Karen. I'm not a straight writer or draw, like, I'm shocked that I can do it, but it's so fun and I can. Because if you're just pulling down and towards yourself, it just naturally does it. It's awesome. So practice. I think that's a great tip. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, this you can see is all the way flush to the left, or to the right, I'm so sorry, and about a 1/2 inch down from the top. So we're gonna all the way to the right. Okay, so this one's not centered. Do you see that? Now we're going to add our photo and photo mat. This is a 4x6. An inch. I just love this mini album. I'm so excited. I'm going to have a whole mini album to myself. Thanks, Karen. Okay. Add that. And then we're going to just put it in the center of our paper. We're going to add happy and free. sticker, which is right here. Right up against that photo mat. And then we're going to draw a black outline. You see the common pattern of how every page looks different, but has common elements. Love that.
Love that there are some really speedy pages like this one, and that there are some where we get to just really stop and concentrate on technique. It's a really good mix of all the things.
Shout out, Janice. Shout out. Okay, page 3. We need this part zip strip. And it goes across our page. If you don't have your photo, I should have thought it through. I would have just put adhesive on those ends, but I think it's going to be okay. Then we're going to add a pink gem. I'm just going to add it right here. Okay, that is page 3, but we have 3A and 3B. So which is these? So we need the pocket page. So we've got a pocket page here. Make sure it's in the right. Yeah. So it's this. Make sure your holes are facing to the left. So let me move these out of the way. These ones are done. That went so fast. But we've got a little bonus here with this one. So we're going to need we've got this here, but let's go ahead and make these pages. So you've got 3A. Here we go. 3A. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because it's going to be all mixed up anyway. Okay, we've got these. You can see we're going to do the black outline, so let's go ahead and get those done.
Monica's doing those little lines. I thought I'd just mention that when you're doing pocket cards like these, you have a couple of options. Obviously, the card is made to fit right into that little pocket. And sometimes if you've got too many layers of paper or some bigger embellishments on there, it makes it a little bit hard to fit that in the pocket. So you can always cut it down slightly smaller, or my favorite way to do things is to do the embellishments on the outside of the page protector. And so you could always add that black heart that you see in the upper left corner. You could actually glue that to the outside of the page protector if you're having a hard time making everything fit in there. In fact, you'll see that in magazines all the time.
Great tips. She's always got the facts. Okay, I'm just cutting down my photo cards, and they're going to go on top of these black mats. Okay, so let's do that really quick. I'll wipe my hands again. I've got ink transferring. Okay. All right. Now we're going to do, let's go ahead and do you like my ruler? It works, right? That's right. So we're going to add our journaling lines here. Okay, the journaling lines. We're going to add a black outline die cut, or heart die cut. Let's see. Here's one right here. Punch out that center heart, solid heart. So we just want the outline. using all-purpose mat. Adding anyone likes that? Great tips. Thank you. Okay, got this one here, this first off the sticker sheet. Goes right there. Oh. Works. All right, now we just I'm gonna leave them out for right now because then I'll put them together with the other side. So here's that page. Let's flip this over and we're gonna do these. So let's do our outline. This one. Okay. Those. And now we're going to bring in our stickers. We're going to do the dragonfly sticker right in the center. And then sunshine and butterflies sticker. Sunshine and butterflies. Why can't I see it? Oh, because we cut it out. That's why. Duh. Okay, sunshine and butterflies right here. It's this one. That right underneath that. And then we're going to do the outline. Black with pen. Close, that's it. Okay. We're going to add some gems to this one. It really is. There's a lot of options. You know, we recently retired our pocket cards, like the printed ones, and look, this took like no time to create. So we do have lots of options for you. Be a dreamer. The sticker right here. Go right in the center. And you see how that big outline heart is kind of weaved around it? That's really fun. So let's find that one. Oh, here it is. Right in the center of this one. Pop out that heart. Okay. Now we're going to thread that sticker. Oh, I'm supposed to outline the sticker. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Or I put that down. Ah! It won't let go. All right, let's do a little outline here. It does add, like, I'm sure it would have been fine without, but it makes it pop. Be a dreamer. How darling is that? Hey, journaling lines. Let me make this straight. And it's probably again with the gray lip pen. I don't have it. Both journaling lines on, and now we're going to add a small turquoise. Okay, we've got those, and then all we have left is these photo cards. And then I've got page 4. So close. Okay. Alrighty, let's add those. And then we can build them into our page protector, memory protector. Okay. Got it here. I'm going to do the dragonfly with a photo mat. And those on this side. You just tuck them in. Okay. And then we've got a photo mat, and what's on the other side? This one here. That one goes this way. Okay. And we've got the bottom. The ampersand has a photo mat. And goes in one. Nope. Oh, I already. Right? It did. Wow. Blast. And it doesn't matter, really. You could do it any way you want. But again, OCD tendencies. I was so careful. I backed him up right. I just didn't put him in the right slots. All right, this one goes in this one. There we go. Me and my trying to hurry. Take your time. Take your time. All right, there we go. Now this one goes down here below. There we go. And we flip this over. These two go down at the bottom.
Just had someone comment that it is their very first time making a mini album.
Oh,
She said that she really likes it. So that's awesome. I love them too. I have to admit, I am more of a 12 by 12 scrapbooker, but I love a 6 by 8 album for a vacation, which you're going to see that's what I've used mine for, or like maybe a Christmas or something that has a whole lot of photos that all fit together. I have many 6 by 8 albums that are just for that. I love this size.
oh, hey. Woo! My friends, we are on my last one, but don't you fret. You still have 14 more to go, or how much, 10 more to go with Karen. 10 more to go with Karen. We're going to be here all night long.
No, we're not.
Friday night party.
What's better than Friday night in the craft studio?
That's right. All right, so we're going to be using this side. And you need these 3 pieces and a base page. We're going to be doing some more stenciling. Yep. Oh. This is fun because we're going to be mixing and making some little spots throughout this. You can see like the color blending a little bit. It's just fun. So you're going to need both the flamingo and the lagoon. And you're going to need the square stencil. This one. Okay. Put this off to the side. The Lagoon ink. And this place is a little bit of a pig pen, but it's all good. All right, so we're going to just be doing a little bit of light random, leaving some blocks open so that we have those other colors. But what a fun way to make your own like background paper, right? So we're just kind of skipping along. You can see I'm leaving some intentionally open to mix in my Lagoon color in between. You see that? See how I'm doing that? And it's just meant to be random, okay, guys? So I did one little spot here, 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 here. Okay, now I'm going to do the Lagoon fill in. Supposed to do light, sorry. That one's a little bold. It's okay. There, no bold. Now I'm filling in the spots that I left purposefully open. It's just so soft and beautiful. Bring in some more. It's okay if some of them mix together. Kind of like that look.
Too, I like when they overlap and kind of blend to a soft little bit of a purple with all of it. I just think it feels so nice and connected.
See that? Pretty. Oh. Oh, yes, I am doing that. I was like, oh no, I chopped it on the wrong one. I did the right one.
I'm impressed, Monica. When I have 2 stamp pads open, I can guarantee there will be a problem. Have to do one.
They're side by side, not like if I had them this way, that might be different, but I'm having them side by side. So we'll see. I mean, so far so good.
No, you're doing great. I was not saying that you're going to mess up. I was saying I would.
Okay. I think we're good. What do you guys think? Oh, I didn't go all the way down. All right, let's do some more. Let's just line those up there. Perfect. Like, and we're done. We're not. It's all right. So close. I mean, who thinks of this stuff? This like I'm not a designer by any means, and I'm just in awe of what designers do. I love teaching it. I love learning. I love
I
sharing.
think things like this, at least for me, when I'm playing in my scrapbook stuff, things like this happen for me when I limit the supplies I have in front of me. So, like, if I said I'm going to use these stencils and 2 ink pads, and then I would probably use my brain a lot more to be creative than if I just had everything to work with. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah.
I think it also happens for us in the art studio sometimes when we are given a workshop to create for something and a list of what products we're supposed to be using from like for a campaign or something. That I think we become more creative in the art studio as well because we're trying to think of all the different ways to use those products and to use them together.
I love that. Yeah, for those who don't know, Karen is actually in charge. She is the boss lady of our art studio. They're the ones who make all the art samples for our marketing materials, our catalogs, all that stuff. So she is uber talented and has an uber talented team. And she actually was a maker for 20 years. I don't even know now. How long? Long time. How long have you been here, Karen?
It will be 6 years in about less than a month.
Oh, almost your anniversary.
Wait, today's the 14th, right?
Yeah.
1 month from today, I will be 6 years
Oh,
here.
well, there you go. Very cool. Okay, we're going to go all the way to the left side. Remember, we did that with page 3. So it's just going to kind of mimic that from the, like a flow from page 3. My anniversary's coming up in 10 days. Yeah. Well, what do I say? It's kind of crazy. Because I don't know if I'm cray-cray or...
Honestly, you guys, you should probably know that Monica and I have really both been with Close to My Heart
Yes.
almost the exact same amount of time. But I was a maker for 25 years before I came to the office, and Monica has just been in the office from day one.
Day one. I'm a day oneer. Day oneer. So 31 years in 10 days.
And I remember those days, the very first year or two that we were a company, and Monica did she answered phones, she did data entry, she did everything. And there were times that, as a maker, I talked to her on the phone, just thought she was the sweetest lady. And look, now she's the president of Close to My Heart.
Thanks, Karen. That was so nice. I loved Karen from day one. Literally the nicest person. She was so easy to work with and talk to. And I mean, back then, you guys, we didn't even have the internet. People had to mail. They had to mail their orders in, and we were taking about 2 months to ship your order. Can you believe that? Like, no Amazon
people
here.
who complain now, I want to say, oh, if you only knew back in the beginning.
And honestly, Karen would always be like, I was just checking on my order, just seeing how things are going. You know, like where other people were like, where's my stuff? Did you run away with that? You know, like it was just like, yeah, crazy. So Karen was always nice. So that's why I hired her.
Thanks, Monica. It's a love fest in here today.
It's a love fest. All right, we're adding our hearts that go. Oh, they were supposed to go underneath the photo mat. Darn. Sorry.
I still think you could put it right over the top, Monica,
You
because
could.
when the photo goes on top of that, it will.
Oh, you're right, Karen.
Little strip will be under
Such a good point. All right, so I just lifted it. Let me bring it up a little bit. You're right. It could have gone right over, and then when you put your photo on, it goes right on top. So if you did it and you didn't pull it up, that's what you could do. Okay, now we're going to add Lovely Day. That reminds me of that one song, Lovely Day. You know, yes you do. It's Thank you, Ash.
What? Say it again, Ashley. I don't know that song.
Yes, you do. Bill Withers.
I don't even know who that is. Oh, wait. No, that's not who that is.
Lovely Day.
Huh. You guys, funny fact about us here at Close to My Heart, Monica and I are in a meeting together every week about products, and there are a few other people in that meeting, and it never fails. One of us will sing that day when we see a stamp that has a phrase or something that reminds us of a song. At least once in that meeting every week, one of us is singing. Wouldn't you say that, Monica? Maybe more like 4 or 5 times.
Yep, at least once. Okay, the way I'm lining these up, it's actually easy because I'm just going up against that piece of patterned paper. So I don't have to worry about my letters being crooked, which is nice. And you saw I added the adhesive before I punched them out. Almost didn't do the L. It would have been lovey. It's going to be a lovey day. Okay, the Y. Okay, lovely. And now we need day. Okay, let's punch out day. We are almost done. Okay, I'm almost done. You're not almost done. Me. And I know you don't get to have a break. But you know what's so cool? you can push pause and you can watch the replay. And it will stay up here on this page, you guys. Okay, I'm going to do some journaling lines right here. I'm doing about a 1/2 inch between. Wow, this looks so good. Okay, we're going to add 2 gems here on the side. We're going to do a pink gem and a blue gem. Pretty close to each other. There. That is page 4. We did it! I did it! All right, let me get my pencil out, my glasses off. Do not look at my desk, but we have a giveaway, my friends. We are giving away a melon glitter paper pack. Yes. So if you see your name on the next slide, yay, you are going to be winning the melon glitter paper. So beautiful, so awesome. Congratulations. Please email ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com with your address. And we are done with this first section of we did the cutting, we did the stamping and fussy cutting, and we built front cover, back cover, pages 1 through 4 with a 3-page thrown in there, 3 pages. I don't know why it's numbered that way. So we've done a lot, but there is still much more to come, and you're going to have Karen Pedersen teaching you for pages 5 through 14. Okay, stay tuned. We're going to take a short little break, meaning this video will stay on, but we're going to cut the picture, clean up, and Karen will come right back. Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready to complete this gorgeous, gorgeous album? Before we get started, I wanted to show you what I did with my album. It will only take a second. Don't worry. I know we all are anxious to get going on this album, but I'm going to bring this into our close-up camera. This is a picture of a close to my heart trip to Thailand. And the reason I wanted to show you is not so you can see all my pictures. I mean, that's not a big deal, but I did do some things like I added flip-flops throughout this album to be able to get more photos. And you can tell I have some sticky notes in there to remind myself what I want to write on the pages and how to spell them, because those Thai words are a little bit hard to spell. But I also wanted to quickly just show you here in the back. I got to the end and still had more photos. So I just used some of the leftover papers that I had on hand from after what we cut out and what was left, and created a few extra pages at the end of the album. You do have some extra papers, so don't feel like you can't do that. Okay, that's all I wanted to say about that. I know we're anxious to keep going. So we are going to do things slightly different than what Monica was doing. Most of the 2-page layouts, I'm going to be doing some things on both pages together, which is going to make it a little tricky here in the close-up camera, but it's also, I think, going to help us go a little faster to like do all the white stamping on both pages, all the blue and all the pink on the 2-page layout. So I hope that that will help us go a little bit quicker, because I know you guys probably have plans tonight and don't want to be here all night long. So we are on pages 5 and 6. These are our sample pages. I'm going to move 6 out of the way, and we're going to do some things on 5, and then we're also going to be pulling in 6 at the same time. So what we want to make sure we have is, if you will grab your pages 5 and 6 stacks, you just want to make sure you have both of those papers right there, okay? So the first thing we want to do is do our lining with the black pen. Many of you, as I was on comments while Monica was up here working, were concerned about these little lines and getting them just so. And I mean, I can tell you that if you practice a little bit, you'll be fine with these little lines. But I also want to say, do what makes you happy. If a perfectly straight line drawn with a ruler is the look you like, then you go and do that. So what we're doing is following the instructions, and I'm totally fine with these a little bit more organic lines, although I wouldn't be if I squiggled them all over the place. And I think just a little bit of practice is what helps you not do that. So, like I said, you do what makes you happy. And if you want 0 line, then do 0 line. This is your book. Okay, I've got one done. Then I'm just going to bring in that other one, and we'll do the same thing on that one. And also, I want to mention, everyone works at their own pace. I tend to be a little speedy because this is what I do a lot, all day, every day here at work. And so if you do find that I'm going a little too quickly for you, you can always pause your video. That is not a problem. You can pause the live video even, which I think it's been about a year since Facebook made that popular. I meant possible. So if I get a little ahead of you, then you can just pause, catch up, and then push play again. Not a problem. And of course, this video will be saved here on our Close to My Heart Facebook page, corporate Facebook page, indefinitely. And so if you can't stay with us all evening tonight, or if what you chose to do is just watch tonight and then come back tomorrow and finish or whatever, then you can pull these up. Just click on the video link on our page. You might have to go to the top where it says more. It changes all the time. And then click on media and videos. I'm not sure. And it also is different if you're on your phone or if you're on a laptop, or so just look around a little bit. You'll find the video link. Okay, so I have my page here that is for the left side, which is the one that says perfect. So I'm grabbing that. And we have done our outlining. The next thing our instructions tell us to do is to stamp the white daisy here. And I am going to do that next, just so that I can show you how easy it is to use a heat gun to dry it, which I think we have hanging around here. So I'm just going to get a scratch piece of paper and put it under the side here, because we are going to take those words that we've used so much in this album And we're going to put those on a block and we're going to use them with our White Daisy ink pad. The White Daisy pad is a pigment ink. That's different than our water-based, dye solvent-based pads. Actually, our colors are water-based. Our intense black is solvent-based. And this is pigment, which is what makes the white able to show, but it also makes it a little bit slower in drying. It's almost like it's a sticky paint, if that helps you, if you don't have yours in front of you or don't have it at all. And so I'm just going to take this and we're going to stamp it all the way down the left side of this left page. And I'm going to just set this over to the side a little bit. Isn't that pretty against that red? And I'm going to bring in the one that I'll be using on the right page that we just lined. And I'm going to do the same thing down the right edge. So it's almost like it's framing the 2-page layout. And the look is so pretty. There are lots of ways to use this white pigment pad. And it's hard to see in a photograph. And so we don't do it as often here at Close to My Heart in artwork that you would see maybe in a catalog, because it's really hard to catch this detail with a still photo. Whereas with a video, you're able to see so much more because you're seeing, it looks like there's more dimension than a flat photo, and you're watching our hands do the work. So you're looking at that spot to see it. Okay, we've got those stamped. The next stamp we want to grab from the set is the one that almost looks like when your TV goes bad. This one up here in the corner that's got the little lines and dots. We're going to take that one, and we're also going to use the white pigment pad for it. And we're just going to randomly stamp it here and there on top of some of those words. So we have a few spots that are a little bit darker than others. Can you kind of see how that's happening there? I think on the other one it will show better because we're going to bring that left page back in too and do the same thing. It's got some darker colors down the side here, so I think you'll be able to see better. So I'm just adding that right on top of those words, and it's just giving us a little more concentrated of the white. You can really see it there on the rosy. I'm glad that we did it right there so you can see it. You can layer it. You can do it first and second generation like we've done with so many other things. You just make it look like you want it to look. And I think that's always the case. You should always just do what makes you happy with your own creations, even if it's different than the workshop. But especially in a workshop like this, where it's such a layered kind of a look, very organic kind of a look. And so it's going to look different anyway. Yours is going to look different than mine, which is going to look different than the sample. And I think that's awesome. Okay, so I'm going to bring, hopefully it'll reach my heat gun over here for a second. Yeah, it's going to make it. And if you have an embossing gun, you can use yours to do the same thing. I'm just going to take it, and it may not dry at 100%, but it will sure speed up the process. If you are concerned about smearing your ink, I'm concerned about us standing here and waiting a long time for it to dry. And so I just wanted to show you that you can speed it right along with your embossing gun. And also, even if it's not completely dry, it's okay. Just be careful where you're putting your hand down, and so that you're not smudging it. Because really, we're just going to mostly be doing a little more stamping on top of this with colors and then gluing together. Okay, so now you know that you can use your embossing gun for that. Now let's put the page 6 one over to the side, and let's concentrate on some stamping we need to do over here on the left side. We are going to take the stamp that looks kind of like that dandelion that you blow to make a wish and add that to a block. And grab our flamingo pad. We're going to do a little bit of stamping with this, with flamingo. I'm going to show you what we're getting. And you might be looking at that going, wait, hold up, that's Lagoon, Karen. It's actually both Lagoon and flamingo. So we're going to start with the lighter of the two. And we're going to stamp about 4 or 5 of those. We'll start down here in the corner. Oh, let me put it where you can see. stamp here in the corner, then maybe a little bit over there, one that's pointing down a little, who knows, just whatever you decide to do is going to be great. We want to end just a little bit into that yellow though, because then we're going to have a title that's going on above that. So that's what I've decided to do. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here on the right side. The difference is this time we're going to stop right at the beginning of the purple. And so I'm going to just stamp 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it ends up being as I go. I'm even going to maybe stamp one going this direction. And now we want to grab our lagoon pad. And we're going to use the same stamp. So I'm just going to wipe the ink off of that really quickly. And we're going to come back in and go on top of these with the lagoon pad, but just slightly off. Do you remember how Monica did that at the beginning with the word always, where she did it first and no, is it always? Yes, always, where she did it first and second generation. Well, we're going to keep this first generation, but we're going to slightly offset it from the flamingo one, just so that it gets kind of a cool shadowed look. And the parts that overlap have more of a purpley feel. So we've got those cute little, whatever they are. They remind me of what we pull out of the ground and make wishes on. Okay, then we're going to do the same thing over here on page 5. Just go back and add these over where we've kind of stamped with the flamingo ones. And that's all we need that stamp for. I think most people would look at this very bright paper here and think, well, I would never add anything on top of that. But look how fun those few little details are that we're adding to that page. Okay, I think we've got all the things we need to stamp on here done. So the next thing we need to do is start building this left page. So grab one of your white daisy bases, and I'm just going to carefully turn this over. Even though we've used that heat gun on the white daisy, I'm just going to be extra careful and not slide my paper. I'm just going to lift my paper so that it'll be easy to put it on that white daisy sheet without smudging any of this white daisy ink. And instead of what I would normally do, which is take my hand and go like this, I'm just going to kind of push down around those areas right there. Okay, the next thing we want to do is grab the photo mat for the page 5, which is this 4x4. And one thing that I am going to do to save just a little bit of time is I'm going to leave the photo placeholder off the top. We're going over about a 1/2 inch from the left side and about 1 inch from the bottom. And then you can always go back and add those photos or photo placeholders later, and we can just do all the fun stuff. Okay, so this is what we've got now. We need to add the word perfect. So let's grab our sticker sheets, and if you've got a ruler handy, grab one of those too. If you're using the Close to My Heart ruler or T ruler, you'll notice we have grids on those. And if you watched earlier this week, I did show this trick then too. So if we take these little stickers and put them onto the ruler, lined up with the top grid, so just the bottom of that word is right on the grid, then we can easily lift it up and transfer it to our sheet all together in a straight line. See if I can line those up a little bit. I may need to pull them off and put them on. Yeah, I'm going to just do that. Okay, so I'm just going to pull them off one at a time and pull them on because of where they're placed on the sticker sheet. It's really hard to slide my ruler underneath them without them sticking again. So I'm just lining them up, as you can see, right on my ruler with that top grid. And that's going to make it so that when I put them right here on my paper, it's going to be beautifully straight. Perfect almost. And we're also going to have the bracket on the left side. So make sure you grab that bracket when we get to that point, as you can see right there. The nice thing about doing it on your plastic ruler is if you find you haven't spaced one very well, you can easily move it. Or once you put it onto your paper, it's a little bit harder to maneuver things a little bit. So I love this little method of doing words. Okay, and then the bracket. And the bracket I'm going to put on afterward because it obviously isn't lined up, and I can just add that after. Okay, so I'm going to take the word perfect. The T is going to, the bottom of the T, the tail of the T is about 1/8 of an inch from the right edge of the photo mat, and it's lined up right across the top of the photo mat. And as you can see, I'm just taking those letters and pushing the parts of them that are not on my ruler down. My C moved just a little bit, but it will be easy to fix because everything else is straight. And then I'm carefully pulling my ruler out. And then I have a perfectly lined up and spaced word. Okay, I just need to grab that bracket. We're going to add that right there. And as we've been working, our white ink is drying more and more. Then we need the little word that says simply. It was in my way, but it was right below perfect, so I moved it. And it's going to go right above the word perfect here. And then we're going to take our journaling pen, and just like Monica showed you, we're going to take it and outline on the outside edge. So I'm using the edge of the sticker to help me draw that perfect little line. It's just right up against it. You just put the tip of your pen up against the edge of the sticker, and then you pull slowly and it will stay straight against that edge. Such a fun technique. A lot of people outline stickers and can't get it to work. And this looks like you did outline the sticker, but you kind of used a little bit of a cheap method. Then our artist our maker who designed this also did an inside line. So we'll do that really quickly. Monica gave you some great tips for that. One for me that I have to do, or else it's not going to turn out right, is I have to turn my page so that I'm always pulling toward myself, even on a little sticker like this. If I don't do that, it will not look the way I want it to look. So you can see how I'm just turning my page and pulling toward myself. And it turns out really nicely that way. Okay, now we need to grab our black sheet of die cuts, and we need a couple of the bursts that are the small size. You can see there's 2 black bursts right here. So because they're little and a little bit harder to punch out, I'm just going to go ahead and punch them out before I add adhesive. There are times I love to put adhesive on the back of a sheet like we've been doing with Monica, and times that when they're little tiny things like this, I don't. And when I want to really have control over where I'm placing it, then I don't do it either, because it's hard when you're putting the sheet down and pushing and not knowing exactly where it's lining up. So you can see that by pulling those out, when there's something small like that, I have a little more control about where they go. Okay, now we're going to grab our small gems that we've colored, and this is how I like to put gems on. Everyone does it a little differently. I feel like I have a lot of control this way about where it lands. So all I'm going to do is take my piercing tool. I'm going to kind of hold the gem onto the sheet with my thumb, but then slide the tip of that underneath the edge of it so that it's stuck to the end of my piercing tool. Then I'm going to come up here, put it where I want, push my finger down and slide that out. And you can see how I was able to put that exactly where I wanted it. Okay, now we need one of the blue ones. And one more of the pink ones. And we are done with the left side. So that was page 5. And page 6, we're going to pull in now. That's had a minute to sit and dry. Let's go ahead and add this to our white daisy base. There we go. I can speak. And don't forget that these things that we've stamped are on the right edge of the page. Then we also have a photo mat that is a 4x6, and that's going to go centered right in the middle of the page.
And then we just have a few things to add to this, like we need the sticker that says Pure Joy, and we're going to add that with foam tape. It's just right down here in the bottom corner. If you're like me and use quite a bit of foam tape, you probably don't need to take the sticky off the back of your sticker because I'm covering most of the back of my sticker. But if you leave a lot of space that is not have foam tape on there, you might want to take your anti-static pouch and just pounce it on the back of your sticker so that the powder in it kind of takes the sticky off. And that way, when you have it on your page, it's not going to stick down against, in between the pieces of foam tape. Okay, so I've got that on there, and then we need a few more stickers. There are some really beautiful gold bursts right down here at the bottom. We need both of those. We're going to add one kind of hiding under the corner of that sticker, and the other one is going to go over here to the left of the sticker, kind of hiding underneath. Then we have one die cut we need. We need one more of those smallest bursts. There's one right here at the top on mine. I don't know which ones you've already used. So I'm just going to add a little adhesive to that and add it just a little above and to the left of the top gold burst. And all we have left on this page is our embellishments. So grab the smaller gems, and we need one pink one. That's going to go just above and to the right of the black burst. And then we also need one blue one, and it's going to go to the left and below the bottom burst. Also, there is a line here to add some journaling. If I show you, you'll see what I mean right there. So I will just do a quick little line on here. I do use my ruler for journaling lines because I like my writing on my pages to be extra, extra straight. And you could use your gray one. I think that the workshop actually calls for the gray one, but we don't have it down here, so we're going to use black today. Okay, so we're all done with the right page, and I'm going to set this aside because Monica gets these. Oh, we do have the gray one? We do have the gray one. Ashley has the gray one for us here after all. Okay, but just so you know, that's the gray pen. If you have it, it is really pretty. I love that it is a little bit lighter than the writing and the, I need to be on camera, the writing and the border here. It's kind of nice. It's a little more subtle. So it's up to you what you want to use, but I will continue with the black one. So Monica's book is all consistent. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay, we are ready to move on to pages 6 and 7. And again, I'm going to grab both of those stacks so that I can easily work on them together. There is a pocket page, that's what it's called, in the middle of pages 6 and 7. We're going to do pages 6 and 7, then come back and do the pocket, okay? So I'm going to set it to the side and grab pages 6 and 7. So this is what those two pages look like. And you can see that there is quite a bit of stenciling happening on here and a lot of dual colored stenciling happening here. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think you're going to love doing this page because we're going to do so much layering on this page. So let's pull in my pieces for 6 and 7. I mean, for 7, is that what we're on? 6 and 7 and 8. That's what we're on. 7 and 8. That's even better, right? Okay, so I've got my pieces for 7 and 8 here. And we need 2 white daisy bases that are 6 by 8. So now that you've seen them together, I'm going to move 8 out of the way for a minute so that we can concentrate for just a second on 7. The first thing we're going to do is add some stenciling to our base page, but it will make it so much easier if we attach this piece first. So let's do that. Let's grab the piece for
number 7 that looks like this. At the top of yours, if you cut it like Monica, it's blue, but what really matters is that it's on the upper left corner. I'm going to add that on because that way we can stencil all of this together. Excuse my head while I make sure I'm straight across the top here. Okay, so while we're at it, let's do the same thing for page 8. Let's just bring it in and use, this time it's going to go in the bottom right corner. Okay, all right, are you ready to stencil? So let's start with our leaf stencil. So let's grab that. And we are going to use the small leaf stencil, and we're going to go right up here to this corner, and we're going to start with our flamingo. So grab your flamingo pad and your flamingo blending brush, which I know is probably around here somewhere. There, no, that's not it. It's here somewhere. I just have to figure out where. See the white one? Yes, they're actually right back where they go before we use them. So way to clean up, Monica. Okay, we're gonna make this little leaf come in at an angle, and all we want to do is concentrate on the tips of the leaves. So I'm going to do this so you can kind of see, and you also want to be careful that you don't go past the edge of the stencil. So I'm going to let you kind of see what I'm doing, and then you do it. So if you're not sure what's happening here, because it's so hard to see that stencil. Okay, I'm going to carefully hold this in place and lift the corner so that you can see. Can you see I've just concentrated on those tips? So that's what we're doing now. I'm going to just do it slightly darker in a few of these places now that I've seen that. And that's also a hint. Whenever you want to see if you've gotten what you want on your stencil, then it's always great to hold it in place and lift instead of lifting up. It's just so much easier than having to line it back up. Okay, now we're going to grab our lagoon pad and our lagoon brush. And this time, as you can see, we're going to concentrate on the center part of the leaves. And so it's also, you want them to intersect just a little bit when you are making your way to the edge, so that there's a nice blend going on there where the pink ends and where the blue begins. Okay, I'm going to lift that up carefully so you can see. You see how that's happening? I actually want a little more blend, so I'm going to make my way a little further on top of my pink. And you can do whatever makes you love what yours looks like. Okay, so that's what we've got so far. I really like how that looks. Then I'm going to move to just trying to check sizes here. We're going to go to the large leaf. And this time it's going to go, right, can you see if I lift that a little bit? Where I'm angling it right here. The top leaf is right there. And we're going to do the exact same thing again. So I'm going to grab that flamingo pad and do the tips of this. And you do want to stencil on top of where it overlaps onto the stripes and where it is on the white. We're really only going to see the top 3 or 4 leaves depending on where you've placed yours. So you don't need to go all the way to the bottom. So just concentrate on those upper little tips of the leaves. Okay, I'm feeling good about how that's looking. Now I'm going to come back in with that lagoon. And let it overlap a little bit onto that pink. So you have a nice leaf sprig there. Okay, Then we're going to come down to this bottom left corner, and we're going to go back to that medium-sized sprig and let it come in at an angle from the bottom left corner. Let's start with that flamingo again and do the tips. The more you let the pink and the blue overlap each other, the more you're going to get that kind of purpley look, and the more you keep them kind of separate, the more it's going to be kind of a more of a hard line where they attach. So it's up to you what look you want. Okay, so this is what we have down there in the corner. We've got those 3 leaves. Now I'm going to move my page 7 over to the side, and we're going to go on to page 8 and do our stenciling there with the leaf, because we're going to be going back and forth and keeping the same stencil until we're done with it. It'll just make it a lot faster, I think. Okay, we're going to start with the baby one, the tiniest one of all, and it's going to go with the stem facing toward the middle of the page and the leaves facing toward the corner. And I'm going to bring that really close to where that tip of that leaf is really all the way to that corner. And we're going to go back to that flamingo and back to that same technique we've been doing. Just going to move it up a little so I don't go get ink all over my Versamat. And if some of your leaves have more pink and less blue and vice versa, that's totally fine. I also just accidentally got some ink in one of the leaves from one of the other sprigs. Well, I'm just going to own it and make that part of my design. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the lagoon. Are you guys having fun with this 2-color stenciling? I'm going to work that through that tiny sprig. And I'm even going to come add some to this part where I made a little bit of a mistake that no one's ever going to know because it looks intentional now. Okay, so that's what we've got to begin with. You can ignore this piece if you don't want that. Okay, then we're going to go to the medium-sized sprig. And it's going to go up here in the, actually it's the large. We're going to go with the large sprig, and it's going to go up here in the right corner. And my stem is here. My tip of my top leaf is right here. So it's going at an angle from about the center of the page till it goes off the page over here to the right. And we're going to grab a flamingo pad. Same thing. Get the tips with that. And then go back in with your lagoon to the center of it and let those overlap a little. This is one of those pages where you finish it and go, wow, I learned so much. And I love that our designer, Janice, who did this, really thought that through and tried to make each page have its own unique qualities about it that we're using. Okay, now we are going to go to our medium sprig. This time we're going to the center of the left side. We're going to have it angle. Here's my stem, and you can hopefully see it angling out a little bit because I do have ink all over this. And again, we're going to our flamingo pad. Do the tips. Oops, that was blue. Then we'll go back in with our lagoon. That's it for the sprigs. So you can clean this off with whatever you're using to clean yours off with. I'm just going to take a baby wipe my fingers so I don't smudge it over everything else, and then wipe my stencil carefully. so that it's ready to go again and there's no ink that's going to transfer when I do get ready to use that layer again. Okay, the next stencil that we need, let's go back to the left page, which is page 7. The next stencil that we need is our little diagonal stripe stencil. And just like you were doing with Monica, we're going to do it so that there's parts that are light, parts that are dark, parts that don't even connect. We're going to use our Lagoon pad. And I'm going to show you what we're doing. We're going to have a couple of stripes up here at the top that overlap onto that sprig. And then we're also going to do about 3 lines here at the bottom that in some way or another go most of the way across, but are quite light because there's journaling you're going to want to add above that. Okay, so let's go to the top and do 2 lines. I'm going to have mine end about 2/3 of the way across the page. And I'm going to make it darker where it's not overlapping that sprig we did and a little bit lighter where it does overlap. I still want it there, but I don't want it to overpower my sprig. So you can see what I just got right there. Now we're going to come down to the bottom. This time we're going to do about 3 lines. And we're going to be a little bit heavier handed over by the sprig and then lighter as we go across where we're going to want to write our journaling. And if some of those don't even connect, that's fine too. In fact, it'll be cute. You can see how I'm a little darker right there and a little darker right in the corner. All right, now let's get the base page for page 8. On this one, we're going to do it slightly differently. We're going to do about 4 or 5 lines just right here, about half of the way across in this corner. So let's put it down and do those, maybe 4 lines, 4 or 5. And I'm just going to concentrate over here, mostly in the area the sprig is in. Then I'm going to do the same thing in this bottom corner. Maybe 4 lines down there. And about, this time we can go most of the way across though. And some parts of it make it darker, some lighter. You might even want to skip a few little spots here and there. And I'm going to have my darkest part be right down there in the corner. Go a little lighter through here. You can see how that looks. And then that's it for this stencil. We're going to grab one more stencil to layer on this 2-page layout. We want the dots next, and we're going to do a little bit of the ink, the 2 ink stenciling here. So let's start with the lighter color, Flamingo. I've still got the page 8 in front of me, the one that we just barely did the stripes on. And all we're going to do is lay these over the top. We want to make sure that we get some up in this upper left-hand corner and some through here where it's a little more stark white. We're actually doing them all over the page, but that's where I want to get some of my darker ones. And what we want to do is not have the whole thing pink and then go over it with blue. We want to have areas that are pink and areas that are blue. I realize that the dots on here are all different colors, so they are a little bit harder to line up, but it doesn't even matter if you line them up. It just matters that it looks cute. And if you are leaving some empty spots here and there, it won't matter at all. So I'm adding some pink here to the top, middle-ish. Some over here to the side in the middle. And I'm going to come down over here to the bottom in the left. And I'm just doing it kind of like the sample, but even then mine doesn't look exactly like the sample. And I'm going to add some more right through here. So that's what I've got. And I'm going to come in and kind of fill in the areas that I don't have the pink with the Lagoon. And some I'm going to do light and some a little bit darker. So I'm going to start right here in the center just to practice. This is where my photo is going to go. So it's nice to have a place where I can see like how much ink do I need to make it as the color I want. Ooh, I like how light that is. So with my Lagoon, I'm going to kind of stay a little bit lighter like that, I think. add a little here in the corner. Maybe I'll make a little bit darker right there in the corner. I mean, just play, you guys, really. Don't stress. It's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be like, oh, this is fun. I think I'll put a little of this here and maybe a little of that there.
Well, it's to look organic, and
That's
every
right.
page will be different. So there's a lot of people saying they're nervous to try it. They don't want to mess it up, and it's really
You
hard
really
to
can't.
mess this up.
Like look at the sample and mine. They look a little different. Some of mine's a little darker than hers. A few things are a different size than hers. It doesn't matter at all. It's going to look beautiful when we put it together. Okay, so I've got that stenciling done. Now we're going to grab the left page, which is page 7. And I'll bring that in. We're going to add the dot stenciling on it. Since I've got my blue open, I might as well just start with the blue, right? So I'm going to add some blue kind of in between these two sprigs, maybe. A little bit here up at the top. Maybe a little over here on the side of this sprig. And a little above this sprig right here. Then I'm going to just come back in with the flamingo pink. And just fill in a few spots here and there. Remember, this one has a vertical photo, so you are going to see a little more up here. So I want to make sure this area that's going to show has what I want it to look like. And you can see that I'm picking up some of that blue. So some of these are a little bit purple, and I'm loving that. I think I'll put a few down here in the corner, not a lot. There, I think that turned out really pretty. And that's all the stenciling for these two base pages. So I'm going to clean off that stencil and my fingers. And I'm going to go to get these built. So we are on page 7 right now. And the first thing we're going to do, now that we've got this stenciled, is we're going to take our black journaling pen. And can you see on this page, all we're outlining is the pattern paper. So I'm going to turn it at an angle so it's easy for me to pull toward myself. Just do the 3 sides of that triangle. I also think sometimes it's easier to look ahead of where the tip of your pen is than at the tip of your pen, because that's when I mess up. When I am looking exactly at where the tip is, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, is it moving wrong? And if I'm looking ahead, my eyes are already telling my pen where to go. Okay, so there, I've got that outlined. Let's do the same thing over here on the other side. We're just going to outline the pattern paper. Go. All right, I'm going to stick with page 7 where our pattern paper's up in the upper left, and we're going to do a little bit of stamping. So you can grab your stamp set again, and we need those words that we have just loved and used like crazy in this book. And we're actually going to get our black stamp pad. And I'm going to have a light hand on this. This is first generation stamping, but it's also a little bit less bold. So actually I'm okay if I put my stamp down and the whole thing doesn't stamp. I actually am going to like that because everything is like that on this page. So I'm going to stamp it really fast. Normally when I stamp, I want whatever I stamp especially if it's an outline stamp that I'm going to color in. I want it to feel really bold. And so I hold my stamp on there longer so more ink is soaking in. We want to do the opposite of that here. I'm just going to kind of do a quick little boop and then throw my stamp. That's an important part. Don't forget to throw your stamp. Then we're going to do the same thing over here. We're just going to kind of just a quick little put it down and then down here in the corner so that it looks just like what you see there. We've created kind of a visual triangle on our page. Now we're going to grab the one for the right page. This time, I'm going to do a second generation. Why not try it? Ooh, I like the second generation. So I've got one over on the left side here. I'm going to put one right up there and one down here somewhere. And so that I have that visual triangle happening on this page. Isn't that cute? You guys, are you so impressed with yourselves? You should be looking at it going, wow, look what I did. All right, we are going to go ahead and start building the pages now. We've got all the prep work pretty much done on these. So back to the one with the corner in the upper left, that is page 7. And we need the 4x6 piece. It's going to go straight across. And it's 3 inches. The top edge is 3 inches from the top of the page. So let me move that out of the way. Pick a spot somewhere on here to line it up. I've got mine lined up at the 10, so that means I want to go to the 7 and put it down. There we go. All right, now we need a die cut sheet. So on the die cut sheet, there's something that looks like a file tab, and we're going to punch one of those out. This is what it looks like. It actually looks like there's one in the inside, but it doesn't go all the way across, so that's kind of cute. It's got a little bit of space in between. We're going to add that up here above the photo mat, right there. And then we need a sticker from our sticker sheet. Right below the brackets, there's a larger gold heart. We want that guy. And he's going to go right there, that tab. And then we just need, we need a couple more stickers. We need the one that says this, and we need the blue one with the gold heart on it. Let's start with the blue one first. And we're going to go over, I don't know, about an inch from the left side and even with the top of the page. And then the one that says this is going to go slightly to the left of it, just overlapping. Excuse my head. So that it looks like that. And then we're just going to take our pen and outline those two. We're not going to worry about making it be perfect unless you want to with your ruler. That just helps those stand out a lot. Now we're going to grab our embellishments. So I think we want the little ones. We do. Have to figure out where I put those. It's under something that there they are. Okay. We want a pink one up here to the left of that little file tab. And then we want a blue one up here where these two guys overlap, just right below where they overlap. And that's it for page 7. Now let's bring in page 8 that we've got all prepped as well. And here is the sample. And we're going to do a lot of the same things. We're going to grab a 4x6 black mat that we cut. That's going to go right in the center of the page. Make sure you've got your pattern paper on the bottom right. Then we're going to grab the file, the second file folder tab, right down here at the bottom from our die cut sheet again. And we're going to add that about a 1/2 inch up from the bottom corner of the, maybe 3/8 of an inch of the bottom of the photo mat. Then we're going to go back to our sticker sheet. There is a heart down here at the bottom that has yellow and gold. That's the one we want. We're going to put that right there on the file tab. Then there's also this cute little sticker that says, "Look at this," that's on an arrow. We're going to put that right here. And you might not want to push too hard on the tip. That way you'll be able to slide your photo under there. And we're going to outline this guy. I'll show you another little trick that will make it so you can slide your photo under there just a second. Look how cute that is outlined. It really just made it stand right out. Okay, if you go back to your sticker sheet and find a place where you've already used the sticker, like right here, I'm just going to cut that little corner off and get rid of the negative space of the sticker. And the part that the sticker's been resting on, the shiny side, if I just slide that right there, then when I'm ready to put my photo on, I can lift this like that, slide the photo underneath and pull it right out. Okay, now we just have our cute little embellishments to add. We need, I think, one large one on this one. Let's see. Yes, a large blue. That's going to go right down to the bottom left of that yellow heart. Then we need little ones. We need a small pink one. And it's going to go right there on the top of the top left of the heart. Then a little blue one, which we'll put right there above the arrow. And we are now done with 7 and 8. Now remember I mentioned there's a pocket part that goes in between those. I'm going to put these 2 samples away and grab that pocket part. Build that next. And this is one of the ones, I think it might be the only one, but I know that it is one that we use both sides of the paper on. And so wherever you've written your, I think Monica was really careful to put things in the center on that, but I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so the rest of these pieces that you had for 7A, 7B, all of that, that's what we're using right now. So let me get my samples in here. Okay, we're going to start out by building these 2 sides. Okay, so we need one that looks like this on one side, and the back side is periwinkle. Okay, we're going to put that right there. Then we need one that looks like this with the purple up in the kind of the corner, and then the back side of it looks like that with the leaf coming. That's exactly, nope, wait a minute. When I turn it over, is it gonna, yes, it is. Okay, so we're good. This is what we want. We want the purple down the side. And if yours didn't end up cutting in the exact same place, it's fine. But if it did, then I'm having you do it just like it is in the actual workshop. Okay, so we're going to start by drawing lines around both of these with our black pen. Again, if you don't want lines, you don't need to do it. Or if you want to use your ruler, you can do it that way too. Sometimes I think a ruler's even faster. Just depends on what look you want it to have. Okay, now we're going to do this one. Nope, this goes here. I'm going to get myself so confused and you so confused before we're done. Okay, so this is what we've got. And actually, I'm looking at my picture. I think these got slid in wrong after it was photographed. Because look at our guide. It has the pink one at the top. So I'm going to switch this so there's not confusion. I think when our photographer photographed them, maybe she just forgot which one went where. Okay, so it's going to go like this. All right. Now I'm going to flip these so that you can see that we need to do lines on these two. We're going to do all the lining and stamping before we add our flowers and mats. Otherwise, they're going to be lumpy and bumpy, and it's going to be hard to do those things without making mistakes. So we're going to turn this over so that you see it like this, okay? And draw the lines on this side. This, the photos in this album, Monica mentioned it at the beginning, were from one of our artists, and she and her husband went to visit his family. He has a sister and her husband that live in Japan, and neither of them had, well, at least she had never been out of the country before, and she was so excited and loved it so much. And so when Janice said that she would like us to add photos to the album, she said, "Oh, I will." She didn't even get to keep this album, obviously, but she was so excited to be able to put these Japan photos on there. And that makes me think of something else we can talk about while I'm lining. You might find this really interesting. Every piece of art here at Close to My Heart gets archived. When it's done, unless we make an extra set in a workshop or something, people don't get to keep them if their photos are on them. They stay and they are archived. We have a whole room full of nothing but archived art, and it's all cataloged by year, catalog, social media, blog, whatever it was used for. It's cataloged that way so that we can always find it if we ever need it again. Jeanette, our owner, that's something that she feels is really important, and it has certainly been a good thing in so many ways. Okay, I'm just going to erase our page or our piece numbers. Okay, while we're here, let's do a little bit of stamping on this side. Let's grab the stamp that was that little kind of texture-y background stamp that has all the little lines, and our black pad. I think I might be wrong, but I think of all the pages in the book, this one's the one that takes the most time, but it's also such a cool payoff to learn all these fun things. Okay, over here on the left side of this periwinkle, we're going to stamp this stamp twice. Once about an inch from the bottom and then once right above it. Maybe you can leave a tiny little space in between if you want it to look like the sample. And so I'm going to stamp it here. And then again, right above it, right there. And then I'm going to stamp it in this bottom left-hand corner as well, overlapping off the paper. Now let's go here. We're going to do one in the upper right-hand corner. And then we're going to do two down here in the lower right-hand corner that go off the page like that. Okay, now let's flip them. Now that you've got that stamped, let's just flip them like this. Okay, let's start with this rosy colored one. We're going to start in the upper right-hand corner and we'll stamp one, and then let's do another one right below it. Second generation. Let's maybe even do a third generation. Why not? Then let's go down here to the bottom left-hand corner and stamp a first and second generation of that. Okay, now we're on the bottom one here. We're going to stamp 3 in a row right here. And I think I'm going to go first generation, second generation, and third. That's only partway on there. Then on this side, and you guys, I'm kind of making it up as I go because that's the whole idea. I'm going to do one right there in the corner, one above it, one above that. How fun is that? That's so much fun to just have that kind of freedom and not have to go, oh, this has to be stamped just right. All right, you can put that stamp away. Now we're going to grab the large flower from that same stamp sheet right here. Add that to a block. I think I can fit it on an angle on a 2x2, whatever you've got handy that you want to put yours on. And on this periwinkle one, we're going to ink this up with our black and come up here in the upper right hand corner and stamp this going off the edge. Okay, got that? And that's it for these two. Now we're going to flip these again. You ready? Here we go, flip. We're not going to stamp any of this flower up here, but on this one, we are going to stamp a flower just sort of overlapping this stripe that we stamped and part way off of it. So like that. That's it for that stamp. All right, I think we are ready to start building these. So let's flip back so that we are doing them on the side for the front side of this, so we don't get too confused. Okay, here we go. Can you see what's happening here? We are doing a whole bunch with photo mats and with flowers. So hopefully you have your flowers close by that we stamped and fussy cut with Monica at the beginning. I'm just going to pull mine all in. All mine are just in a big stack here. We're going to start with a Lagoon large flower. We're going to add that up here in the upper left-hand corner. Then we need another large Lagoon flower. We're going to add it down here in the bottom right-hand corner. Can you see I'm going off the edges? We're going to snip that off. Then we need a small flamingo flower. And that's going to go right there. And it can also go off the piece a little bit. Okay, so that's what we've got so far. Now we need to add our photo mat. So grab one of those black photo mats. We're going to add it a 1/2 inch from the left edge and a 1/2 inch from the top. And now we're going to add a couple more flowers. We need another small flamingo flower. It's going to overlap our photo mat. Turn it however you want it to look and go off the page some. And then we need one more large Lagoon flower. This one we're going to add foam tape to. And you can see that it does overlap the corner of the photo here. So just make sure that you don't pull off the backing to the piece that goes right there when we put that on. I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to kind of decide where I want mine to land. I think right there. So anything that's got adhesive right there, can you see I've got a little piece right there? I'm not even going to pull the back off. I'm just going to pull the back off of the ones that do not overlap. That's what we've got so far. Now I'm going to take this and lift it up, turn it over, and we're going to trim off the edges of the flowers, even with the piece that's the base. And that's what we've got. We'll go back and embellish these at the end with our gems and our stickers. Let's move to this one now. Let's start with a small Lagoon flower. It's going to go right here where you can see that one. This one has less that are underneath, and so we just need to make sure that we're being careful with where things are placed. This guy's going to wait for the mat That's going to wait for the mat, and that's going to wait for the mat. But we do need one small flamingo one that we're going to add. Let me tell you where he is. It might help you place him. He's right halfway in the middle. The middle of that pink flower is at 3 inches. This is 6 inches long. And it does go off the edge of that piece. Okay, now we're going to add our photo mat. And again, we're going to be 1/2 inch from the left and this time bottom. And now we're ready to add the rest of those flowers that overlap. So let's start up here. We need a large flamingo flower. Again, I'm going to add foam tape to the back and just be sure not to pull off the part that will overlap onto the photo mat. So I'll just get my adhesive on, play with this a minute and see where I want it to land. I like that. So I'm going to reach under where it's going to overlap. That piece I can't pull the backing off of. There we go. Now we need another small flamingo. And that's going to go kind of in the corner over here, slightly overlapping the edges and then we just have this large lagoon. We're going to add foam tape to that one. Same drill as before. Figure out how you want it positioned. And only pull the adhesive off the parts that are not going to overlap the photo.
Karen, are you doing the white daisy stenciling at the end?
The what?
The white daisy stenciling?
Oh, I forgot about him. We can do it right now.
Okay, someone
Good
brought it
catch.
up and I was like, well, maybe she's doing it at the end so it can dry after.
Let's trim these off the edges. You know what? Maybe we should wait till the end now because it's going to smear if we don't. I need the non-stick scissors.
You just said yes. I was waiting to the end.
Yes, I was. That was the whole plan. I didn't know it, but it was. Okay. Okay, we've got all those taken off. And that takes care of our flowers for this side and this side. So let's switcheroo again now. Flip. And flip. 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 Okay. Now we're ready to move on. Let's go to this one. Let's start with, that is a large lagoon that's down 1 inch from the top. And it does go off the edge. And then we need a small flamingo that goes right below him and overlaps that one a little bit. Also goes off the edge. That's it on this one that doesn't overlap. So the next thing we need is another one of those 3x4 black pieces. It's going to be 1/2 inch from the right edge in the bottom. Then we're going to grab a small flamingo flower. And I'm going to just let that overlap that photo just a little bit. And a large lagoon, which I'm going to add foam tape to. And on this one, we don't have to worry about leaving any of the backing on there because it doesn't overlap our photo at all. And then we're going to turn this over and trim off those edges from the back side. Okay, now our top one. Can you believe all of those flowers you cut out are almost all for this little pocket page? Okay, let's start with a small lagoon. We're going to go about 1 inch from the top right here. Then we're going to wait on this one because it overlaps the photo. We're going to come over here to the side with a large flamingo. And it's going to be about 3/4 of an inch from the top here and going off the page. And then we're going to wait on the others. So this is what we have so far. Grab that last 3x4 black photo mat that you cut, and it's going to be a 1/2 inch from the right and the bottom. And now we're ready to add those flowers that we didn't have on yet. Oh, except it's crooked. We can't have that. There we go. All right, now we need a we need a small lagoon. And that's going to go right here and overlap onto our photo and also go off the page. So I'm just going to play around till I like where it is. And we need a large flamingo that we're going to put on some foam tape. And this time we do have that whole thing of don't pull the adhesive off the part that overlaps onto the photo. So in cases like this, I do smaller pieces so that it's easy to just leave a small part that's overlapping with the backing on, and it will stick well. Oh, I better figure out what's going to happen here first. There we go. So I need to leave the backing on right there and right there. Okay, now we're going to come up here to the top. We have one more of the large flamingo. I still have one of the lagoons, and I don't know whether I missed him somewhere or whether we stamped an extra or he's going to get used somewhere else. I'm just going to set him to the side. Maybe we have a bonus flower. I don't know. All right, and then this one goes up in the corner. It does slightly overlap onto the photo, just like several of these others. So I'm going to make sure that I am paying attention to which ones not to pull the backing off of. There we go. I'm ready to trim those edges off. It seems like such a simple thing, but turning it over and using the line of the paper to follow makes such a difference in how perfectly you even those up. Okay. Is that fun? Look at all the layers of ink and stamping and all the things on there. Now we're going to do that stenciling and then add our stickers and our gems. So let's see. Let's go back to what will be our front. All right. Let's grab our sticker sheet. We need the one that says laugh often right up here under those blue borders. And it's going to go right up there, almost like a tab. You can even tuck it under a little bit if you want of your photo mat. And then we're going to take our black pen and outline that. I'm not doing the bottom edge. I want it to look like that bottom edge is part of the photo mat, like it's attached. All one piece almost. So I got my sticker done there. Let's do our stenciling on these two pieces. Let's grab the dot stencil and our white daisy pad and the blending brush you've been using with your wet daisy pad. And I'm just going to carefully put this so that it's not going to overlap onto anywhere I don't want it to. I want dots just right here next to the photo mat, below those flowers, just in that blue area. So I'm just going to did get some on the black. Luckily, the photo will cover it up, right, Monica? Okay, so I've got my dots added to that one. This one doesn't have any. Oh, yes, it does. It has a couple of really light ones right in between here. Very light.
I was gonna say you could mask, but it's probably
If it gets on the black, I'm not worried because it won't hurt anything.
yeah. You're an expert.
Okay, I'm not. It just, especially when I'm on camera, I might make a mistake, right? Okay, I'm going to flip those over. Let's see where we need to stencil on the back side. We need some up in this corner, very light again. And that looks like it. If you want to add more, go for it. All right, I'm going to clean that up because this white ink is extra, extra sticky and messy. All right, back to where we were. All right, there is a little sticker for this side that looks like a date piece. It is right above where perfect was. It's just really hard to see on the sheet because it's mostly white. And we're going to add that like a tab above this one. And then we're going to do that little trick that we have been doing the whole time where we line up on the outside of that sticker and let it be like our ruler. And then a small line on the inside too. And I know my head's in your way, I'm sorry. Okay, that took care of that sticker. Then for this one, we need the one that says Love and Life, which is right up here above Faith. And I am going to slightly slide it underneath the edge of that black photo mat. And then we'll just line this one on 3 sides, just like that other one that we wanted to look like it was kind of like attached. All right, now we're just ready to add a few gems. Let's start with the large ones. Okay, we have a large pink one right here overlapping onto the Love and Life tab. And then we have a large blue one right down there by the flamingo flower. We need a small blue one right above the flamingo flower right there. Okay, now on this one up here, we need a large pink one. It's going to go right there. And then we need a small pink one, which slightly overlaps onto the mat and onto this flamingo large flower. And then we need a large blue one, which goes right here. Okay, now let's flip these and see what we need to do with gems on the other side. Okay, large gems. Let's get a large pink. That's going to go right there. That down a little. And a large blue. It's going to go right there. Then we need a small blue right here. Now for the bottom one, we need a small pink one right here. And a large pink one down here in the bottom left area. And a large blue one overlapping onto the Laugh Often. Now we can take these and add them to our pocket page. You need one of the pocket pages that holds 2 4x6s for this. I'm trying to find one. Here we go. So the front for page, we've got them the right direction. So this is going to go in the front with the holes over on the left side here. Trim a tiny bit off because we have foam tape going on in here and some gems. I'd have thought I would have put it on the outside, but I didn't, so that's okay. I'm just going to trim a little off so it's easier to put in there. Okay, back here. holes on the left side. We're going to put this on the top with this side showing. Okay, the bottom one, trim a little more off. And this is going to go in like you see it right here. There's the holes. And then you put this in your book in between pages 7 and 8 so that it looks like this. Page 7, then this piece, then page 8. All right? All right, we're going to turn and start on pages 9 and 10. So you'll need 2 of the white daisy bases for those. Then your pieces for 9 and your pieces for 10. And this page goes pretty quickly. We are going to do some stenciling though, and that's what we're going to do very first. So let's grab our grid stencil. And we're going to do that 2-color stenciling again. So for the left page, page 9, we're going to start with the flamingo. Oh, I should pull out page 9 for you to see. All right, I'm going to add some pink. We're going to add some stenciling up in about this quadrant of our page and down in this quadrant of our page. So these 2 corners are going to stay white. So we're just going to add color here and there with the pink and the blue. You can kind of see what I've got going on right here. I think I want it to be just slightly darker, not much. Okay, now I'm just going to take this and move it down to the bottom right quadrant. We're going to add some pink down here too. Okay, so that's what I've got so far. And now I'm ready to go back in with some of the lagoon. And I'm just going to kind of fill in the areas that I didn't have before. And this you will want to line back up. So I've got kind of a mix going on here. And I'm going to come down here and do the same thing again. Now let's do the same thing for the other page, only slightly different areas. Now we're going to be making this look. So take that second piece of 6x8 white daisy we got out. And I'm actually going to go back and start with the flamingo again. This time, we're doing the upper right quadrant and the lower left. And it really can be that quick. The more you play with stencils that you're doing backgrounds and things with that aren't perfectly lined up stencils, the more you'll realize that the less you stress about it and spend time on it, the more you're actually going to like it. You don't want it to look too contrived and put in certain little perfect spots. Okay, now I'm going to just go in those same areas that I didn't use before and add some blue. I'm even overlapping just a little bit onto my pink, not a lot. Okay, got our stenciling done for this page. That was pretty slick and speedy. I'm going to bring back in the one for the left page, page 9. So grab your pieces for page 9. We need to grab the rosy piece, and we're going to stamp that piece with the words, that big word background stamp we've been using, with the white daisy pad. And we're just going to do all the way across. Most of it's covered, so it's not a big deal if you don't go all the way across. Well, you can see right here, this end isn't stamped so that you can write on that end. So actually don't go quite to the far end. Okay, I'm just going to set that over to the side for a minute. Because I think we have to do one of the pieces on the other page. We need to do 2 of them. All 3 of them. Oh, all of them are done on this page too. Just kidding. I should have had Monica's glasses on. So let's do that. So this piece of ballerina, I'm just going to stamp one on there over on the far left side. That's the part that shows the most. And same with this Sundance one. I'm just going to do one right there and then set those aside. Now we can go to the other side. Okay, let's bring in those 3 strips for page 10. Periwinkle we want on the right side and the middle a little bit. Then the lagoon we actually want over on the left side and the middle a little bit. The glacier over on the right side. Set those out of the way so that we can build page 9 now. Clean the stamp. Pigment ink, obviously, as you can tell if you've been cleaning as you go along, is a little harder to get out of your stamps. You just need to scrub a little harder, and you can also take a toothbrush and get down in the little, yeah, crevices, that's the word. I was going to say that's the kind but crevices is way better. Okay, we can add that back to our stamp set. And just be really careful as you're handling these pieces we stamped on. If you're careful, you should be fine, even though they're still slightly wet. Okay, now we need the piece that we did the stenciling in the upper left and lower right. Start with our ballerina piece. I'm just going to lay these on here so I can kind of place them because there aren't measurements on this. And I want to make sure they're kind of evenly spaced. And maybe I can give you some. If you do them, the top and bottom ones at 3/4 of an inch from the top and the bottom, and then just space this middle one, it comes out just about right. Okay, so I'm going to just carefully lift these up and add some adhesive so I don't smudge the white daisy. Which you don't even really see on the pink one. I'm going to go up 3/4 of an inch from the bottom and attach this one. This one I'll just space evenly between the two and it'll be lined up with the right side. It's about 1/4 of an inch between them, it looks like. Okay, then we have a piece that looks like this, and that's going on next, and it's going to be centered on the page. And if you want measurements, it's 1 inch from the top and 1.5 inches from the side. You'll see about 1/4 of an inch of your ballerina and your Sundance showing, and about 3/8 of an inch, 3/8 to 1/2 an inch of the end of your rosy poking out there on the side. Okay, then we just need to do some outlining on these pieces here. Could have done that before we stamped them and glued them down, but we didn't, and it'll still work. Those of you who aren't lining, plenty of time to catch up, right?
Wouldn't you? Because it looks so
It does
good.
look so cute, but I've been trying to tell them, you guys, do it how you want it. What makes you happy? Because I think that sometimes people think I have to do it like it says in the instructions. You really don't. You can do your own thing.
You could, or you could be like me and do it exactly like the instructions.
Yes. I mean, I feel like I'm somewhere in between. Sometimes I do my own thing, but
Well, they're loving it, Karen. They just love this paper suite, and it did really well, and it was a great National Scrapbooking Month.
it was. We've had a lot of questions about how to get it and
I know.
had to keep answering that it's sold out.
Sorry. But it was for sale for 2.5 months.
Yes, it was. And we did reorder too, so
I think multiple times.
yes, I think you're right. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of stamping in the background here. So grab your stamp set, and this time we're going to grab something I don't think we've used yet in this workshop. We're going to grab this little dot here, and that just showed me that I'm missing my little paint splatter. So we may not be using him on this page or anywhere else. Yep, I don't see him anywhere. Well, if you want to come up here and look while I'm stamping this, then yes. Unless maybe he's still on a block somewhere.
Did you use them at all?
I don't think I've used him. I can't remember, honestly. But you would have had him on this one, right?
Yeah.
Which I'm going to steal that guy for this one. Okay. I'm just putting that little dot here on a 1x1 block. My guess is as we've been taking stamps on and off, he probably got bumped. Okay. If we don't find it, it's okay, you guys. It would be fine not to have it on here. And you guys can add yours. I'll show you where it goes, okay? So we're going to use our Lagoon pad. And, oh, this is upside down. Let's make it right. I'm going to have this kind of part way going onto the page. And I'm going to do second generation. So it looks like somebody dropped a little bit of an ink onto my page. I'm going to lift my ballerina up a little bit, or you could just put a piece of paper over it. And I'm just going to stamp a second generation right there, poking out a little bit. One right over there. One right there. Over here. One in the corner there. Just wherever you want to place them. and then one right down there. So we've got that page done minus the splatter little cluster of dots. So let me show you where that is. Everywhere we stamped a dot, you want to stamp it in flamingo right there with the dot. Can you see that? Okay, let's add a couple of stickers here. Grab your sticker sheet. There is a heart down here at the bottom that's part gold and part rosy. We're going to take that one and put it right there. Then there's one down here that's part orange and part gold. Let's take that over here and place him kind of part way onto the rosy. And that's it for the stickers here. Then let's grab some of our colored gems. Let's start with the big ones. Let's start with a pink, a large pink one. And that's going to go right here to the upper left of the orange heart. Well, I guess it's Sundance. Then another large pink one is going to go right there to the bottom of the rosy heart. And that's all the gems for that page. Now, shall we build the other half? Here's what we're building next. So grab the other one that you stenciled, which I know is somewhere too. I believe you. Oh, here it is. It's underneath the stickers. Okay, so this is what we've got now. You should have your sheet that's in the upper right and the lower left. And this time I'm going to do it slightly differently so it's a little easier to stamp. I'm going to lay these where they go. And if we want it to match the other page, we'd go 3/4 of an inch from the top. And all I'm going to do is put just a teensy little bit of adhesive right there so I can lift it up to stamp. Then 3/4 of an inch from the bottom, I'm going to do the same thing, just a little bit of adhesive on the far edge so that I can easily lift to stamp. And then this one goes in the middle of the two, lined up with the other side of the page, with about 1/4 of an inch above and below it. And I did the same thing, I just put some adhesive right there. Okay, now let's use that same little stamp. And I'm going to go second generation again. I kind of love how that looked in second generation. So I'm going to have one coming in on that piece, one kind of poking out from under here, one here. And as you can tell, I'm just sort of guessing as I go and doing them in the same general area that the ones are on our sample. There we go. And then same as the other side, you guys take those pink little splatters that ours have disappeared and just stamp them right there by all of the little polka dots. And then we also want to outline these little pieces again, so I'm going to go ahead and glue them down better now that I've got everything stamped where I needed to. And I'll grab my journaling pen, outline these really quick. Are any of you trying this lining for the very first time? And are you feeling like the more you do it, the more confident you're getting? Yep, sometimes that happens, darn it. I'll find it as soon as we're done tonight. Okay, So we've got those outlined and we're ready to add our photo mat, which goes right here. And 2 3x3s go on that, by the way, you guys, which you'd have to cut down slightly, just like we said before. And it's 1 inch from the top of the page and 1.5 inches from the side of the page, from the left side of the page. So you do see just a little bit of the ends poking out there. There we go. I knew that wasn't quite right. I got it. Awesome. All right, now we're ready to add our stickers to this page. So let's grab our sticker sheet. First thing we need is this guy. And he's going to go right here at the end of the lagoon piece, overlapping onto the white. Then we need the heart that is right here next to the gold butterfly. That's part glacier and part gold. And that's going to go right over here. And then we're ready for our gems. So grab your large gems. Let's do a large blue one right there. Oh, I need to move it down. And that's it. That took care of that whole page, you guys. And we're ready to put those back into our, these 2 sample pages into our album. And I'll put those in Monica's stack. And then we'll turn the page and move to the next pages. Aren't those sunset photos beautiful?
Someone actually commented on that too. They were perfect.
And they look so pretty on that page with the same colors. Okay, so that's what we've got now. We're ready to turn the page and we're going to do this left page here, which is page 11. And we're going to ignore this center piece again and also do page 12. So grab your pieces for 11 and 12. I'm going to pull those out and then we'll go do the center piece. All right. We will need 2 white daisy pieces. Let's start with a little bit of stenciling on them. We need our diagonal line stencil. So let me get this out of the way. We'll start with this one where you can see what we're doing. And we need our lagoon patterned brush. Line stencil somewhere around here. There we go. And we are going to do some in this upper left-hand corner that go about halfway across, and some down here about halfway up the page. And they can, all they need to do is a little bit right in here because the rest is covered. It's white over here. So like that, well, you probably can't see that. About like that. Can you see that? Like how far that is? And then just some here at the top, about halfway across with our lagoon. I can't believe that stamp just walked away. Kind of sad. Yeah, we will. And then you'll have to go back and add them to your pages, Monica. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to do kind of a light hand here. Depends on whatever look you want, but there's a lot going on through the middle here, so I kind of thought maybe I liked the idea of it being a little lighter at the top there. Then I'm going to come over here and do some down here in this corner and up about halfway. And that's what I've got so far. Okay, now let's go to our other white daisy base. This time, can you see where it is on this page? We've got some that goes about halfway across, about 3 Well, it goes about halfway across and it looks like it's down about a third or to a half of the page. And then down here, we're going to go up about a third of the way and halfway across. We're going to cover part of it up, but that way it makes more sense to judge. Okay, so let's do this upper right-hand corner. I'm going to go right up here and about a third to a half of the way down the page and about halfway over there. Again, some parts can be lighter, some parts can be darker. I'm going to go down here. About a third of the way up and about half the way across again from the left corner. So that's what mine looks like. Hopefully you can see that. I'm going to wipe my stencil off. And we're going to do a little bit of stamping. So grab your Lagoon pad that you just were using to stencil with and your stamp set. Let's start out with this liney stamp. I'm going to stamp this second generation up in this upper right hand corner of the one we just did, which is page 12. So I'll ink it, stamp it off, and then stamp it right here. Then I'm going to do the same thing about right here. And then another one right here about 3 rows up. So you can see what I've got going on there, those 3. Now let's go back to the other side, where we've got some up in the upper left-hand corner, a few lines that go halfway across, and then this larger area down below. We're going to take one and stamp it up here in the corner. I'm going to do second generation. I'm loving how that's looking. Then I'm going to do another one right below it. Then we'll come down here. Stamp it off and do some, I don't know, about an inch of the way up. Maybe another one right above it. And now we're ready to go back to that word stamp that we've used so much. Let's grab that. Oh, we still need our Lagoon pad. I just put mine away. Add that to our block. Grab our Lagoon pad, and we can set the 2 6x8 pages over to the side of the white daisy that we've been doing. Oh, there it is. And we're going to bring in those pattern pieces that are for pages 11 and 12. That are on one side, they're a bright yellow kind of a grid pattern. And the other side there, that, what did we say this was? Yes, that's the one. And we are going to stamp this now. Okay, so Lagoon pad. And the word stamp. I'm going to stamp in this corner. And then just keep going all the way down. Then I'm going to do the same thing in that corner. And a little bit in that corner. Okay, that's the one that's going to be for page 11. So if you want to put that with the one that we stenciled, it looks like this, upper left corner, bottom right. That is for page 11. Now page 12, it's going to go all the way around the edges. So I'm just going to keep going all the way around edges. I'm even letting it overlap a little bit. It doesn't matter at all. This back on my stamp set. And we're going to do a little bit of building. So we've got the one right now for the right page, which is page 12. We need to use our black pen, and we're going to line around the edges of this piece we just stamped. Are you guys like me? When I'm watching someone else do something like this on camera, I'm mesmerized.
My breath. I don't know why. Because
Oh,
I'm
that's
probably
funny.
holding my breath when I'm doing it myself.
Yeah, probably. And you're
Like,
going, don't mess up, Karen.
yeah.
Don't mess up. Okay, so we've got this lined. Then we also need to grab for page 12, there is a piece of Sundance. Looks like that. So I'm going to go to my page 12 stack and grab that. We need to outline the edges of that guy. Some of this one's going to be hidden, as you can see. So I'm just going to make sure I pick the side I like the lining on the most to have be on the side. Actually, I like that one better. Okay, and we're going to go back to our stamp set. And this time we're going to grab from the sheet that says always on it. And what we want is the one down here at the bottom that says celebrating you. We want to add that to a block. Our black pad, which I have one of those. Like this. And then just right down the right side here, you can see we want to stamp that just inside our line. I don't know if you've used this stamp on anything yet. If not, you want to be sure to season that stamp. I'm just going to put some foam underneath here to give it a cushion. And we'll stamp celebrating you just inside the line facing in. Like that. And it is a stamp that looks kind of distressed when you stamp it. So don't go, oh no, I missed a spot and some didn't stamp the same. It's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to look cute and distressed, just like everything that we're doing to this workshop. All right, well, we've got all the pieces for this page right here. Let's just build this page. So we need our base. We need this piece that we stamped all the way around the edges. Put this where you can see everything, hopefully. Let's start with this piece that we stamped all the way around the edges with. And we want to put it at an angle. There are no measurements, so I'm going to just I'm going to say this corner is about a 1/2 inch from the top. This corner is about an 1/8 inch from the right side and about 1 1/4 inches from the top. This little corner is going to be about 1/4 inch from the edge. I don't know if that helps you at all. I'll say that again. An 1/8 inch from the right edge and about 1 1/4 inches down. This corner is about a 1/2 inch down, and this is about 1/4 inch. So you can see how it's got a tilt. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is grab the 4x6 black photo mat, and we're also going to grab those 2 strips that we had that are black that look like this. Okay, and we are going to start with these little strips. So go ahead and add adhesive to the back of one of them. And it's going to go right along the bottom edge here of that base page that we stenciled. Then we're going to go back to our sticker sheet. I'm going to pull one of these borders off. I don't know how you cut out the words, but this bottom one, Monica left totally uncut, so I'll use this bottom one. We're going to need the whole 12-inch length. And since this is the right side of the layout, I'm going to use this right half. Okay, it's going to go right above that little strip. And then take your scissors and carefully cut it right along the edge there and put this back on your sticker sheet till we need it in a minute. So what we have right now is one black strip, then the border sticker. Then we're going to take that other black strip and we're going to add it right above that border sticker. And I got a little adhesive on there, so I'm just going to grab my rub and remove and get it off so it doesn't get everywhere. This little eraser I keep by me at all times when I'm creating. If you don't have one, I'm telling you, you will be so glad when you do have one. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is kind of lay some things down so that we can tell where they're going to go, but we don't want to glue them yet. So I'm going to take this. This is about 3/8 from the top and about 3/4 from the right side of an inch. And then this is going to go like this. It ends up being about 1/4 inch above there. As you can see, there are some things that are poking out from underneath, and we're going to cut it in half. So I don't want to glue all that on yet until I do that. So let's get this. You can see that there is that scribbly looking little circle there at the top. I'm going to pop that out and pop the center out of it. And we need to cut this in half, and I want to be smart about it because if I can find a place that is intersecting to cut at, it'll make it easier to hold it together while I put it underneath. Okay, so I've got a piece right here. I'm just going to add some adhesive to the back of this. And then come over here where this is going to go. I'm going to just hold it in place with my hand and slide that here underneath so that it goes just about to the edge of the page. And it's maybe 1 inch above the bottom of that. So now that we've got that on, we can actually glue these. And this is how I like to do it. When I've got things on my page that I'm layering and want to keep in the same place, you can either snap a picture with your phone, but I think this is even better. I just carefully lift it up and hold part of it in place with my thumb or finger, however it works for you. And then once I get part of it glued, I can lift up the other part, add some more adhesive. And nothing had to even move. I got to keep it right where I wanted it to be. Okay, so I've got all of that added. We should have a couple of strips. Maybe we don't. I don't see any. Did we not cut these journaling strips, Monica? Oh, she's not here. We're going to just say we didn't cut them. If we find them, then we find them, right? But they're not in my stack. Okay, so this is what we've got, and of course you can add your photo there. We want to go to our sticker sheet and get this gold butterfly, and it's going to go right here on our little scribble circle, and it's totally fine that it goes on your black because as you can see, it gets partially covered by that photo. So now we're just ready to add our gems. Let's grab the large gems first. We need a large blue one. That's going to get added right there. Then some small gems. We need a blue one that's going to go right over here, kind of by the U, the right by the Y in U. And then we need a pink one that's going to go right there below the butterfly. And I just realized there's one more die cut we need. There's a small little solid heart. Just pop one of those out of your die cut sheet. That's some adhesive, and it goes right here next to Celebrating You. Page 12 is done. All we need to do is go back and put 11 together, which is almost the exact same thing, only a different direction. So we need to grab the pieces that we made for that page. Make sure that you've got it so that your stenciling's in the upper left and lower right. Then we're going to take this, and this time it's going to go this direction. And I'll give you some measurements. Looks like we're about 1.25 inches from the top and about 1/8 from the side. Over here about 3/4 from the top. And over here about 3/4 of an inch in. Everybody got that? 1/8, 1 1/4, 3/4, about 1/2 to 3/4. Okay, that's what we've got. Now let's start adding the things here at the bottom. Let's grab a black strip. Do what we did on that other side where we added the bottom strip. Right against the edge of the page. Black lines. Yes, it does. Thank you. I'm like, these are black lines. I didn't know what you meant. Yes, you're right. Okay, black lines on this guy. And our 2 Sundance pieces. I was like, what am I doing? That is a black line of paper. I did not get it. Okay, and I'm also going to grab those 2 Sundance pieces of paper that are 3 by 4. I think in your guide, I don't know what they're called. They're not labeled on here. But there are, I think, only 2 left. So that should be easy enough. And let's line those while we're lining.
I got shocked by that.
That's weird.
I know. I was trying to bring these back from the original.
There aren't page protectors. I got it. Oh, okay, good. Monica's putting her book together while we work. Yes. Something fun that we're working on right now in the art studio that you guys might be excited to hear about is our November album retreat. We're not ready to release the theme, but it won't be too long. About a month from now, you'll be hearing some details about that. And Monica and I have both been getting photos ready to put on those pages so that the book is ready for you to see and sign up for album retreat. So just know that in August, you're going to start seeing things about that. Okay, I've got all my lining done. Now let's go back to where we were. We've got the bottom black border added, and now we want to go back to the sticker sheet and get the other half of that sticker we had. And it should fit right on here perfectly. Actually, it's slightly long, which means I can trim some off. Better that it's slightly long than short. And then we've got the other little one to add, the other little black border. Album retreat is something that's really fun for us to design in the art studio because album retreat is where you get to learn some really advanced techniques and ways to use products in lots of different ways, and you get exclusive stamp sets and all kinds of fun things. And so the artists love designing album retreat for that reason, because they get to have so much creative free reign. Okay, I'm adding some adhesive to the backs of these 2 Sundance pieces. Ooh, one of them needs to get stamped. Let's do that. Okay, grab one of them. It doesn't matter which one. And as you can see right here, we're going to stamp In My Heart. So if you come over to your stamp set, you can see it says In My Heart right there, and it is straight. It doesn't look like that. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this. I'm going to show you the way to do it if you don't want to cut your stamps first. We need a sticky note and I need a drink. I think we have sticky notes, right, Ashley? Somewhere? Did you find some? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. As you can see, first it says, oh, as you cannot see because it's not on camera, it says in my, and then hearts down below it. I'm going to stamp heart first because if I don't, I might not leave enough space for it. Does that make sense? So what I'm going to do is take my sticky note and cover up right here on the stamp the words in and my with my sticky note. Then I'm going to take my stamp pad. I'm going to ink up heart. And I'm obviously getting ink on that sticky note too. But I'm going to pull that off now. And then I can come over here and stamp heart on the piece that has adhesive all over the back of it. There we go. Right there, it's about 1/2 inch in from the left side. And it says heart. Okay, then I would do the opposite of that to do the other, but I'm going to show you how to cut your stamp. Some people really struggle with the idea that they're cutting their stamps apart, but they are just as usable as if they're still one, in fact, more usable. So I'm going to show you what I would do, and you can choose whether you want to mask it or whether you want to cut it. So I want the words in my, so I'm just going to take my scissors and cut that right apart. Now, when I want to use it in all one line again, all I have to do is put them on the block, put back together, and they'll be on my stamp carrier sheet together. But I don't have to worry about masking it. This makes it so easy to use. I think that some people really don't love to cut their stamps. I bet if you pulled out any stamp set at my house, you would find at least one stamp in it cut apart. And I continue to use it that way. So it's really up to you whether you feel okay about doing that or not. I got a little smudge of ink right there. I don't want to get on my project. And so you can see how easy it is to use it cut apart too. Okay, so we've got that stamped. Clean my stamp and put that back where it belongs. And we're ready to build this page for real. All right, this one that says in my heart. Let me see what it measures because there's not measurements in our guide, and I'll tell you where to put this one. It is about a 1/16 inch from the left side and 2.5 inches from the bottom. So 2.5 inches from the bottom of your page and like just a little sliver between the edge of the page and the stamp, and the piece. Then we're going to take this one and it's going to be, the corner's going to be right there up to the edge. This one's going to be in between 1/2 and 3/4 inch at the bottom here so that it looks about like that. They overlap there a little bit. So just make sure there's no adhesive right there so it's easy to slide your photo underneath there. Or you can always put like a piece of the sticker sheet like I showed you earlier. Now we've still got to add right in here that other half of the scribble circle. So let me find mine. Somewhere. There it is. Okay. So I'm going to add adhesive to that. And it's going to kind of tuck right down in there. And now we're going to add this black photo mat. So grab your two pieces that are for page 11 that are 3x4. One of them is going to go right there above in my heart and just slightly in that piece. And I'm going to lift this one up but slide it under there. This is where your photo mat will go. Then we're going to take this one, and it's going to go 1/4 inch in and 1/4 inch down on this other piece so that the photos can really show off. And then we've got our little piece here, and we're going to go back to our sticker sheet and get the little dragonfly gold sticker, and it's going to go right there. Then we need to go to our die cut sheet, and we need a medium-sized solid heart. That's going to go right there. And then we just need one large gem. It is pink one. It's going to go right there. So we now have pages 11 and 12 built. We have to build the center page for 11 and 12 now. Remember how at the beginning I showed you we were going to come back and do that one? So let me get these that I've built put out of the way here. We'll get the pieces for that added. I can put these back in the book. And I'll pull out the one that we need for the center. It is a pocket page that has 2 4x6 compartments. And we need all of the pieces that are for that part of the book. Let's see if I can find what they all are. It should be this 13, that says 13. Sorry, just trying to separate some pieces here, guys. All right, we should have, these are the pieces we need. We should have one that looks like splatters. That's going to be this one. Then we should have one that looks like this. Green on the top, then yellow, then the Sundance in the bottom. That's what's going to build this side of the page. So let's do that first, and we're going to need one of these black squares. All right, first thing we need to do is some outlining. Got this sorted backwards here. So let's grab our black pen. And outline the edges of these two pieces. These go together pretty quickly. Are you guys going to be so impressed with yourselves that you got this whole book done today? And if you didn't, you can always come back and watch the parts of the video you didn't quite finish. We've got our black pen out. We might as well outline the other two pieces for the other side. I'll tell you what to do in just a sec. I'll flip it over. If I remember right, they're the same papers, but they're not on the backs of these. Okay, so we've got these two lined. Now if I flip it over, yep, you should have another one that looks just like these, another set. Splattery paint, we need to outline that one. That you want these. And these. Oh, well there you go. There's all the things. Keep shocking me. I wonder if there's anyone watching who's never done a Close to My Heart workshop with us before. You'll have to comment. Because you jumped in with both feet on this one. All the photo placeholders are up here too, Monica, if you want to be adding them to the pages I
Oh,
made you. Here you go.
Thanks.
And I think you could take the trimmer. I don't think I need it again.
Put all the pages back if we need to reference again.
Thank you. Okay, we've got these all 4 lined. Now it's going to go so quickly. All right, let's go back to this front side. Okay, we need to get our sticker sheet. And there is a large floral cluster that is right down here in the bottom corner. I'll pull that off, and that's going to go. The rosy flowers about halfway up and slightly off the edge, so that it looks like this. And we can turn that over and trim off the edge of that little part that overlapped. Then we need to go back to our sticker sheet. And here's where you might want to lay your piece on the Versamat or a desk pad if you have one, so that you can measure, or put a ruler underneath it, because we want to go right to the 3-inch mark. We're going to come here and grab our stickers, and we're going to use the eye, and we're going to put it right at the center of the 3-inch mark, and just about 1/8 of an inch above the line we drew. Okay, now let's go to the 2 outside pieces. Let's do the F. We're going to line that up and go across, and we're going to go in about 1/8 of an inch from the line we drew on the left side. Then on the other end, we're going to do the same thing with the H, and if it helps you to take your ruler and go across so that you're getting them all straight, you could certainly do that. Let me do that so you can see what I mean. And then I'm going to put this H, same, right just in about 1/8 of an inch from the line we drew. And then we can put those other 2 letters right in the center of those. Isn't that a slick way to make sure it's all evenly spaced? There we go. Faith. Now we just need some stickers again. We need 3 gold hearts. One goes right here on the right side of the H. One goes kind of near the bottom of the I. And one goes right here on the F. And then we just need a few gems for that. So let's grab our large gems. Somewhere I have a piercing tool. There it is. We want a blue large gem to go right in the center of that rosy flower. And a pink large gem to go right in the center of this pretty orangish flower. Then we need a small blue gem. Go right up here to form a little gem triangle. And that piece is done, so you can set it aside. Now we're going to build this piece right down here. The first thing we want to do is grab our square here. That is the photo mat. And I'll tell you placement on that. We're going to go 1/2 of an inch in from the left side and 1/2 of an inch down from the top. And I'm going to leave a little bit of adhesive off the side here so we can tuck. So 1/2 and 1/2. Then we're going to go back to our sticker sheet. And this border, we need to find the words that, this border, we need to find the words that say cherish each moment. And it's going to be like a little file tab here on the left side, poking out from underneath. And then we're going to outline that with our black pen. And same thing, we're going to cheat on the outside so that we have that perfectly straight line. Then we're going to just on the inside. And we don't need any gems on this page, but we do need to draw a couple of journaling lines over here. So this is where I can let the Versamat or my desk pad help me a little bit. I can line this across on the same line, except I wanted a little further down right here. There we go. And so I've got it lined up on the same line all the way straight across. I can draw that line, and then I can choose how much space I want between this one and the next one. I'm going to go down about 1/4 inch, which is the next line on my thing. And I can just keep moving it, and it's going to give me evenly spaced straight lines. Okay, so we've got that one done. The 2 front ones are finished now. We need to turn it over and do these 2 back ones. We've already done the outlining on them, so we are a step ahead of things. So let's grab the 2 black squares and add those. We're going to go 1/2 inch from the top and the left side. And again, we're going to be adding something right here, some words that we tuck underneath. So don't push hard on the side if you've got adhesive all the way to the side. Same thing on the one below. 1/2 inches. Okay, now let's go back to our sticker sheet and get these little words. Oh, we also need a big butterfly that we should put right here. So let's do that. This big one right in the center, we're going to just slide right underneath this corner. We're going to let it be at an angle. We're going to let that top wing go right off the edge and snip off that extra. Now we're ready to get the little words that go over here on the left side. This one is life is meant to be lived. That can just get slid right under there. And then the ones down here say, I have sunshine. That's going to just slide right under here. Okay, now let's grab, there's one more gold bracket sticker that we have left from earlier. We're going to add that right here. And we're going to add a little outline heart die cut right next to it. We find that guy. I just realized I put my orange on the bottom, but I don't think it matters. Okay, now we just need to do a little lining of these 2 little stickers here. We don't need any gems on this. So we're going to outline the stickers just like we have been on the outside. And then also on the inside. And then we just need to draw some journaling lines below our butterfly. Okay, same thing. Let's just use our ruler. There we go. And those are done and can be inserted into the page to put in between 11 and 12. And we are ready to move to our next page, which is pages 13 and 14. Which are the last two pages in our album, but we do have a little page that goes in between those as well. So let me get the sample pages for those. Put this one back. All right, this is what we're going to be making now. These two pages right here. And there's no stenciling on these, just some stamping. So it's going to go pretty quickly. And then we'll be able to do the middle page that goes on them. And actually, you know what we're going to do? The middle page has a bunch of flowers stamped in white daisy. We're going to do that first. How do you feel about that? Then it will have a minute to dry. Okay, this is what we're doing. Can you see all these white flowers stamped everywhere? I want you to grab, there's a 3x4 ballerina, a 3x4 lagoon, a 3x4 rosy, and a 3x4 Sundance that are going on this side. And then the same thing again on the other side, but the other side only has one that is stamped with flowers. So let's start with these four and get our large flower out from our stamp set and add to a block and your white daisy pad. All right, let's start here with this rosy one. Let me point out what we're stamping. We've got a large flower here and a large flower here, then two little ones and a little one. So we're going to start with those two large. I'm going to let it kind of go off the edge and off the edge here. And then I'm going to stop on that guy. Now I'm going to come up here. We've got small, large, small, large in that corner. So I'm going to do a large right here and a large right there. Right there and right there. Then on the Sundance one, we don't need any flowers, or the ballerina one. So I'm going to actually move these out of the way, just keep them kind of like they are right now, off to the side, so that I can do the other side here with the ones we need with that flower. Oh, actually there's two. Okay, so we have the same things again. We need the other ballerina, lagoon, rosy, and Sundance 3x4 pieces. Okay, let me put those where they go. We're going to take this one. You can't really see it, but we'll do it. And we're going to stamp a large flower right here and another one kind of diagonally below it. Then on our Sundance one, we're going to stamp a large flower right there. If you can see it, right there. Okay, we're ready to move to our small flower, so let's clean this off. This will be good. These will have some time to dry while we finish the other pages. Okay, moving to the small flower. Okay, we're going to stamp a small flower, a couple of them right here in the middle, kind of so we just made like a little cascade. And then on this one, we're going to stamp a small flower all the way in the corner. And one right there kind of on the other side of that large flower so that it kind of makes a little rainbow like that. And that's it for these four. So just move those out of the way first. Well, actually, yes, let's just move these out of the way for a second. I'm trying to think on my feet here. It's not going as well as I wanted it to. Okay, then we're going to put these back in that we started with. Flip this back over. Let's do the little flowers. Okay, on the lagoon piece, we're going to do a little flower here and one over here. Then down here on the rosy piece, we're going to do one there and one here. That's what we've got so far. I'm going to clean this off next. We're going to go to a stamp I'm not sure if we've used yet today. It is the word stamp that's down in the corner here that's some cursive words. Oh, I just found our little dot stamp that we couldn't find. Okay, let's add this to a block. And on this rosy piece, let's stamp some right there, right here on the side, and some coming in from the bottom. That's it for these four with that word stamp. And I don't see it on any of the other page, so we can clean this stamp now. Next stamp we need is our big word stamp that we've used so much. Okay, on this set of four, we need it stamped on our Sundance. Down in the bottom left corner and the upper right. You can let them overlap a little bit if you want. And then we're going to also stamp it on this ballerina one. Can't really see it, but feel free to add it. Okay, now I'm going to carefully move these out of the way because we got to stamp on those other four. Let's bring those back in and flip this over. We're going to stamp the words on these two. So I'm just going to bring those two in. The lagoon and the rosy. And we're going to stamp our words on the lagoon, upper right hand, lower left. And on the rosy, I'm going to do upper left and then lower right, maybe a little bit up here in the top too. Why not? Okay. All right, we've got those stamped. We can clean this word stamp off now. And now we need that stamp that's kind of the liney stamp that's a texture. This guy. And on this rosy one, we're going to stamp it kind of up here in the corner. And on this lagoon one, a couple of spots. Okay, those can go back over with the back side ones. And we're going to bring in the front side again. This time we need the ballerina and Sundance ones from that. We're going to stamp one here and up there. This one's hard to see, so wherever you want to put it, I'm just putting them in the corners. Okay, all of that can just be set aside to dry, and then we can do the lining and the dark stamping and stuff while after we finish the two full pages that we have left. And then we'll add these then. That'll at least give it a little bit of time to dry. I've just got them laid out in the four together, so it's easy to tell what is what. I'm going to just set this to the side for a minute, and we're going to move back over to these two pages. All right. We've got a bunch of strips. Let's start with this, the three that are on this left page here. And we're actually going to add them to our base page before we stamp them, because there's stamps that overlap onto some of them. So you should have 2 White Daisy base pages left. Grab one of them. We are going to move this first piece, the ballerina strip, a 1/2 inch from the top. Then next goes the rosy one. All of them are on the marbly side. And then the Sundance one. Okay, now let's do the same thing for this other side. So grab that last 6x8 White Daisy you have, and those 3 strips that go on this side. You guys were just about there. And we're going to start with the Glacier one and go a 1/2 inch from the top. Then Lagoon goes next to that one. And then the Periwinkle one. And we're going to outline this, but you need to know that when you outline it, these 2 pages look like there's an outline that goes all the way around the outsides. There's no line on the inside. Does that make sense? So all I'm going to do is line the top, bottom, and periwinkle side. And I'm not going to put a long line here on the Glacier. And I put that line a little bit further in on the side because my paper's overlapping the edge a little bit. I just need to trim it off. What's that? Yes, I am. Oh. I was just seeing if you were paying attention, Monica. It's all part of the plan. No, I didn't realize that's what I grabbed. They were both next to me, obviously. I didn't realize that's what I grabbed. But I don't think you can really tell that big of a difference when you put them next to each other. So I think you're safe. Your book is not ruined.
I am just grateful and I do not care. I love it.
Good. I'm glad because it's done now.
I love it and everyone loves it.
Oh,
like
good.
literally they can't stop saying how much
That's so great. It makes me happy when there's a project that they feel that way about, and it's so fun that they feel that way about one that does take quite a bit of time but is worth it. Okay, let's do, this time we're going to outline the top and bottom and the ballerina, not the Sundance. I think I'm going to use the gray again so they match. And now you know why I can't have 2 stamp pads open at the same time. Okay, now we're ready to do some stamping on these pages. Let's start with this one. We do have some White Daisy stamping to do, but I'm going to do it last, okay? So that we don't smudge it with the other stamping. So let's grab our large flower and our flamingo pad. And we're going to stamp a large flamingo flower right here. And another one right up here. One over here. And that's it for this page. Now let's move to the other one with this. Oh, we don't need a large flamingo on that side. We're going to do a large lagoon. So let's clean off the flamingo ink. And while we've got our large flower out, grab your lagoon ink. And we're going to stamp some large lagoon flowers. I'm just going to take my sticky note that I had from earlier and put it here so that I can go over the edge of those. I'm going to stamp one large one right there going off the edge of those. And now I can just remove that sticky note. And it was masked off. Then we're going to stamp a large lagoon one right there. And then another one right down here. Halfway on the lagoon and halfway on the periwinkle. Okay, now we're going to clean that stamp and move to the small flower. And grab your, since we've got this page out, we need to get our flamingo pad out. We're going to add one flamingo small flower there, there, and there. Clean that off because we're going to go to the other page now and stamp that same stamp with lagoon. Okay, we need one here, one there, one here. That's it for the small flower. Now we need those cursive words, the small word stamp that's on the same sheet as the flowers. The little one that we just used a minute ago, this one. And we need our black pad. We're going to come up here kind of where these two flowers are and ink this, and I'm going to do this pretty quickly so it's not too dark. Just going to stamp it kind of where it overlaps those two flowers. I'm not even going to re-ink it. We're going to do it again right there. And one right down here. Okay, blue page. One up here, kind of overlapping these two flowers. One over here. And one down here. All of these little cursive stamps are kind of over where the flowers are. Okay, now we need that big word stamp and the white daisy pad. All right, we are going to ink this guy up and stamp him right here at the top, kind of overlapping the middle of the lagoon, like that. And then again, right down here at the bottom in the same kind of area. Okay. This page can get moved. We're going to switcheroo to the first page again. We're going to do the same thing, only this time on the rosy. Okay. And we're ready to build these. So we've got this this page right here. We need one of the 3x4 black pieces. We're going to go in 1 inch from the left edge and 2.5 inches from the top edge. So let's see here. 1, 2.5, and in 1 inch. Like that. Then we've got a few stickers to add. Let's grab our sticker sheet. There's a part right up here that's part lagoon and part periwinkle. That's going to go right here. And then overlapping it, there's a yellow heart. That's right there. And then we've got this piece right here. This says, never forget how incredible you truly are. We need foam tape for that one. And then I'm going to show you how we're going to make it span both pages. Now it is going to slightly overlap this corner right here, but I'm going to use a piece from my sticker sheet. It'll be easier with this situation than if I didn't pull the backing off. So I'm just going to take another little piece from my sticker sheet where the stickers are gone from. I'm just going to lay it right here in the corner. I'm going to take the adhesive off the back here. All right, we want all the words to still be readable over on this page, so we're not taking any words away. And the left side of the circle is going to line up about with the edge of the Sundance. And the top is about 1/4 inch down from the top of the Sundance, which should put you with all the words still on your sheet here. We're going to turn this over and cut that little edge off, but cut it very straight because we need that to put onto the other side of the page or the other side of the layout. Okay, so I'm going to keep this page right where we have it. I'm going to put this one right next to it. I'm going to actually add one more little piece of foam tape on that edge there. And I'm going to let this help me know exactly where to put it so that it looks like one circle again. There we go. So now you can set that back to the side again while we do a few little details over here. We are going to, ooh, I missed a heart. There's a pink heart sticker right below that stripy one. And it goes right there on our purple sticker. And now we're going to do a little bit of outlining of these stickers. And we're going to do that same technique where we outline on the outside of it. And I'm just going to warn you, we do have a second line on the inside of each of these. I'm not going to do it, and I'll tell you why. When something's curved like this, it does make it a little harder to get it straight. And I have to tell you, my eyes are getting a little crazy right now. So I'm not going to do that inside line. You can see this one has the inside line, this one doesn't. And so you're welcome to add it to yours if you'd like to. We also just need to add a few little journal lines right over here. This ruler is so great because all I did was line up a whole straight grid right along the line of that black. So they're not at an angle at all. They are straight. Okay. Now we just need a couple of gems for this one. I've got my little ones closest by, so we'll start with that. I need a little blue one. And it's going to go right there. Oh, I forgot to outline that guy. Let's see if I can do that now that I added my gem. Okay, so we have our little blue one. Then we need a little pink one. It's going to go right here to the right of the yellow one. Then we need a big blue one. All right, that page is done. Now let's bring in the other half. And you should have two more pieces that are, no, one big piece that looks like this. That's going to go right there in the middle. Let me see if I've got a measurement for you. 1 inch from the top of the page and 1 inch from the left of the page. How about that? Okay, that's on. Now we just need to add a few stickers and gems. So go back to your sticker sheet and there are 3 little hearts you see right here. The first one is a glacier heart that's right down here at the bottom. And it's going to overlap onto the white and onto the periwinkle. Then right next to it, we need this little heart that's kind of a pinky orange in the middle of the page. It's going to go right next to it. And then we need this periwinkle heart down there at the bottom. It's going to go right next to that. We're going to do that trick where we go right around the outside of the sticker. My eyes are so tired that I'm scared to even do that. Yep, we're just about there. Go. All right, we just have a couple of gems to add to this one. So let's start with the large. We need a large blue one. It goes right there. Then we just need 2 smalls, one pink, which is going to go right here. Then we're going to come up here a little higher and get a blue one. And it's going to go right next to that little sliver of sticker there. And that is 13 and 14. As you probably remember, you did the back page that goes on the other side of 14 with Monica already. So all we need to do now is that center page. So let's bring that in. And the first group that we did, so the Lagoon and the Rosie have flowers stamped on them in white daisy, if that helps you know which grouping of 4 to grab. Okay, now you should have a bunch of black pieces left. We're going to start with a little small square here. It's going to go, oh, we got to do some outlining. Let's outline each of these guys. Something exciting coming up next week here at Close to My Heart for our makers across the world. We have our annual convention, international convention. It will be a virtual convention and we are busy preparing for all of that this week. It's going to be tons of fun. Getting all the last minute preparations done. We've been shooting some videos the last few days. It's going to be a fun week next week. So that's coming up. We've got lots of fun things coming up, and then finishing up album retreat and getting it ready to go for sale in August. We're working on another catalog right now in the art studio. And at convention, 2 catalogs that don't even go live until September 1st are being unveiled to our makers that are attending convention. Christmas every day, close to my heart. All of us in this room are very involved in the whole convention thing. So on top of this, on top of these events this week, we've all been trying to get all the things done for convention. Ashley's been at all 3 of these events this week too, and she has a lot of the tech part of convention going. She's probably dying a little bit trying to think how she's going to make it all happen. She'll make it happen. She always does. Okay, we've got those all outlined. Now go back to that little square that we started on a minute ago, and we're going to put it about 1/4 inch from the top and left side, maybe slightly less than 1/4. Okay, then we need another small square. We're going to put it the same distance from the left side and bottom. And one more of those is going to go right here from the right side and bottom, the same distance. So we've got all of those, and then you would put your photo on the inside of that or your photo placeholder. Then we need some of our die cuts. So, oh, we actually also need a stamp. So let's go back to our stamp sheet, and the stamp that says happy, it's in the bottom right corner of the sentiment sheet. And it's going to get stamped right above this black square on the lagoon one. So you need your black pad right there. That's all the stamping on these 4, at least I think so. I would not swear to it right now. We'll see if I missed any. Okay, now die cuts. We need a medium heart right here next to the happy. Grab one of those. Then we've got a little arrow here, and there are several arrows on this sheet. There are some bent arrows, and there are a couple. Let's do the bent arrows first, so we use the right ones. We need an arrow that's elbow goes like this, as you can see, to go right there. So let me grab one of those. Add some adhesive. That's going to go right there. And then a little baby heart above that one. Still have one on my die cut sheet. Hopefully you do too. Okay, now we're going to move over here to this rosy one. We're going to start out with there's a heart right up here in this upper right hand corner. If yours is gone, just look for one on your sheet that's the same size as that one. I didn't know how else to tell you the size. There's so many different sizes of hearts. Okay, let's put that right about here. Then we need one that looks like, let me move this over. One that looks like that. It's an outline heart, which mine may have, oh, nope, there's still one left for me. Hopefully you still have one left too. And keep the heart that's coming out of it too, because we're going to use them both right here. So this outline one goes next. And it's going to go kind of above that one. And then the one that came from the center of that one is going to go above that. So we've got kind of a little cascade of hearts. Okay, we also need an arrow right here, but I'm going to wait a minute to make sure that I don't cut one that we need that has to go the other way. So I'm going to turn this over just quickly enough to do this pink square. Grab your other pink square, excuse me, and one of your black squares. Again, oh, it also needs to be outlined. Let's do that. We're going to be outlining all of those, but I just want to make sure I get the right arrows here so nobody's mad at me at the end. Okay, back to that little square I just had out. This is going to go about 1/4 inch from the left side and the bottom. And then we need one of the little arrows whose elbow goes like that. And a little heart's going to go right next to that, one of the tiny hearts. And then I'm going to put this guy back over with the other pieces that he goes with, because now I know that I can cut what's left of the hearts or the arrows. Okay, putting that back over there. Now let's come back to this side. Okay, we have, we have 2 straight arrows left after all of that. We're going to add some adhesive to this and let it come peeking in from the side here. And then cut off the extra. Okay, now let's see if there's anything else we need to add to these. Yes, there is one small pink gem. And it goes right there. Okay, these 4 can get slid into your quadrant 4 window page protector. I'm just going to set mine to the side. We're going to turn it over. And the other 4. We're going to outline the 3 that we haven't outlined yet. You guys feel it? We're right to the last little details here. But don't go away because I think there's a giveaway at the end, right, Ashley? So don't give up on us now. You've made it this far. You might have a prize. Okay, one last one to outline. Mine's still slightly tacky, the white ink, so just be careful you're not smudging it. Don't like rub your hand across it. I'm just barely touching it with the tips of my fingers. All right, let's put these in order here. Okay, let's go up to this one and grab the sticker sheet and get that fun ombre heart right here. We're going to add that right here, and then we're going to use that same outline trick where we go just right around the outside edge of the sticker. And then as you can see, we've got a little stamp that got stamped right over the top of that. So we got to go back to our stamp sheet and get that little cursive word stamp in our black pad. And that's just going to get stamped right over here to the right and overlapping onto that sticker. And then we also have one more little thing to stamp in just a second once we add that square. Okay, we've got those 2 ready except for Jim's. This one, you should still have 2 more little square black pieces. So I'm going to add those to both of these squares. Same thing from the top and inside sides. Make sure that you have about 1/4 of an inch. Oh, I did that with the number that Monica wrote on it facing up. Good thing she's going to cover that up with her photo. Okay, now we need the other arrow that's left on the die cut sheet. Add some adhesive to that. And it's going to peek in over here from the left side, pointing at this cute photo that we're going to have. Let's snip that off. Okay, over here, we need to find on our sentiment sheet of stamps the words that say chasing sunshine. So pull those off and let's add those to a block. These have not been used yet, so you'll want to make sure you season those. Also, that guy's not straight. Okay, we're going to stamp that just aligned with the left edge of the black square. Clean that and put it away. And add a few die cuts here and gems. Let's see, we need, I don't know how to describe what size this heart is. It's the size up from the tiniest one. That's going to go just right there below the word chasing. And gems. We need a small blue gem. Right there. That is it. We did it, you guys. Yay you, yay me, yay all of us. Yay Monica, yay Ashley. Okay, don't go to my face yet, Ashley. My lipstick's gone. Give me 1 second. I bet you I have like mascara like all the way down my face. So just pretend I look fresh as a cucumber. Okay, now you can go to my face. Let's talk about a giveaway. We are giving away a cute stamp set. And you are a winner if you see your name on the next slide. So congratulations to all of you who do see your name. If you are a Close to My Heart customer, all you need to do is email us at the email address you see there, which is ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com. And all you need to do is tell us your name and address, and we'll get your prize put in the mail to you. If you are a Close to My Heart maker, then all you need to do is next time you place an order, you will see a little prompt, little checkbox, and you just check it to add your price to your order, and it will just get put in the box with your next order. Easy peasy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all of you who joined us, especially those of you that are still here after a long, how long? 6.5 hours. Wow, that was a marathon, wasn't it?
But it was almost evenly divided, so
It was pretty equal. So we appreciate you joining us, but I do think all that time was well spent learning all these fun techniques and that beautiful album you have to show for us. We will look forward to seeing you at an event in the future. Monica, is there anything you want to say before we sign off?
thank you so much to everyone for joining in. And this was a gorgeous album. Thank you, Karen, for making the rest of my pages. And thank you, Ashley. It was a great, fun time.
Awesome. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time.